Hey guys, welcome back to Themis and Thought. Grab your coffee, water, tea. This is actually hot chocolate. I'm not sure if can you guys hear me? I don't know if I'm live. Can you guys hear me? Hey everyone. Um, by the way, let me just say, I think I'm live. I think I am live. We're gonna find out. So I didn't realize how some conversations sound because I don't know how you guys do it, but I kind of hate my own voice sometimes. So I'm not gonna sit there and listen to myself talk. But a conversation that I had with the orange pill, Cynthia reviewed it, and I was listening to it, and I don't know. I didn't know that's how horrible that conversation sounded. Like, I mean, I'm no longer going to take it down now. I'm tired of removing all my live streams, so it's going to stay up. But that was bad. That was that was ridiculously bad. So, um, I hope Orange Pill heard this and like I don't know, do something with his life, change his perspective. But meanwhile, we are on the topic of Orange Pill. Orange Pill, where is your wife? You are supposed to be here. You let me share this link because Orange Pill said you were gonna bring your wife on because we didn't believe you had a wife. This link is only for Orange Pill. Please do not click the link. This is for Orange Pill and his wife to come on in the pre-show. You said you and your wife were gonna be here. You said you and your wife were going to be here today, and I'm dropping the link now so that we are not having those problems to confirm. So you can confirm that you do in fact have a wife, and it wasn't a lie, right? So unless we y'all need to stop. Y'all need to stop in the comments. The man said he had a wife. So I'm gonna assume he has a wife. And let me slow this chat down. I'm sorry, I'm trying to slow the chat down. Um, I said I would do this every time. So the chat has officially been slowed down. Um, Orange Pill, where art thou? Look, you better bring Casper up in here. Like, I'm going. Where is the wife? Orange Pill going once. Orange Pill going twice. We know ain't no wife coming here. If y'all believe, if you wait, if y'all sat here and actually believe that Orange Pill had a wife that we were going to see today, yeah, if he if y'all believe Orange Pill was going to be here with a wife today, y'all were sadly mistaken. Absolutely not. I did not believe for a minute that Orange Pill was going to be here with his wife. All right, Orange Pill is here with his wife. Orange, Orange Pill is here with his wife. Hello, Orange Pill's wife. You're muted. Hello?
Hello, Themis. How are you?
I'm I'm doing well. I thought you didn't exist. I was getting ready to drag your husband.
I exist. I am everywhere.
Y'all playing. Y'all need to get off my line. Y'all need to get off. I'm not playing with y'all. I'm not a man. Oh my god. Why? Why did I think that was real? Why did I was getting my apologies ready? I was getting my apology. Now y'all know Orange Pill don't got no wife. Now y'all, y'all, y'all know Orange Pill do not have a wife. That is where I'm going with. This was his time to prove it. He failed. Now let's get into um y'all play too much. Y'all play too much on this internet. All right. So let me say this before we get on. We had Cynthia was on, and we were all talking about how it's impossible to vet. And a lot of people disagreed. They were like, you can vet, you can vet, you can vet. So I'm going to test this theory. For the men's, for the men's in the chat, you can come up and defend yourself, but we're about to vet you and everyone else. Um, I'm trying to pin the link, but like I don't know where the link went. Let's try this again. This is for the men in the chat. You guys are gonna help us vet. So Malik, if you're here, Nika Bubbles, if you are here, Soft and Wet, if you're here, Sober Bobo, you're probably not here. Dean, if you're here, Prince Petty, if you're here, Orange Pill, if you're here, Kenny, Adrian, all of y'all, man, if you're here, let us know because today we are going to, I don't think I'm going to rank you guys from 1 to 10. I'm not going to give you guys a number because that's not okay. Instead, we're going to rank you. And we've created, Prince Petty have created a system whereby we can rank the man on the channel. And this is us rolling out to see if there are any changes. Now, Q was not added because Q has never been on. He's never come on and spoke to us. And we have video clips of some of these men if you guys want a refresher. If you guys want a refresher. So for the women in the chat, you guys can come up. When there are 3 of you guys, oh my God, I don't know how to do this. How do I pin this? I mean, I know how to pin it. It's just I'm not seeing any of my comments. And I do need to pin this at the top so the moderators don't have to keep reposting. For the moderators in the chat, can you see the link? Oh, here it is. Good. All right. Pinned. All right. LB, you're up. I need one more woman to come on. One more. The first woman to come on is the other person who is going to be on here for the first rank. I need one more woman. Any woman. Any of you. Kenny, you're also not going to be ranked. One more woman. Going once, going up, concerned. All right. So we have the 3 women. You can stop now. Great. Wait, is the link not pinned? I thought I just pinned. Yeah, I think it's pinned. I don't know. All right. So what we're going to do, and a lot of people thought we were going to learn how to vet, and we are going to learn how to vet, just in a very different way. So this right here is what we're doing today. We are going to take these men's, we're going to listen to some of what these men have to say, and the women, you guys get to decide where we put these men's. Now, it's obviously A, B, C, D, E, F, but there's an S category, which is the top category. This is where you put the men's, right? We're going to do this ever so often. Ever so often, we're going to do this on the chat. Now, we're going to remove people who are not there, and we're going to add new people as they come along. And we will see over time if any of these men who are coming on are improving. Because we now need to track. We now need to track how these men are doing on the channel. Are they improving? Are these non-dateable men? So this is what we're doing. Do you understand the rule, LB?
I think so.
Concern, do you understand the rule?
Not really, but I think. But usually when I play board games, I just start playing, and then if I get it wrong, I'll start figuring it out as I go along.
All right. So
Oh,
the
clarify.
chat
Oh.
is a tiebreaker. So, well, not really the tiebreaker. If the chat disagrees with you both, then we are going to move it to wherever the chat wants it to go. Right? Do we understand?
Yes.
So you guys get the first two men. All right. Which two men? LB, you get the first. Pick one.
So I am going to pick my favorite person in the world, Nika Bubbles. He was on there, right?
Yep.
Yep.
Wait, why are you picking Nika Bubbles?
Because I love his spirit.
All right. Do you guys, for those who don't know who Nika Bubbles is, do you guys want to see some highlights from Nika Bubbles before we go there?
Yes. That's
I actually really don't know.
All right. Let's go to some highlights, some playbacks from Nika Bubbles. Are you guys ready? This is supposed to be fun. How can you promise? All right, here we go. This is Nika Bubbles, and we're going to see where to put him. How can you promise?
Because I can promise you because he has a history. He has Black women in his dating history, and none of
Black
them.
woman has ever dragged him publicly?
He was very, very openly dragged by Amber Rose.
Amber Rose is not a Black woman.
She's not?
She's not a Black woman.
What is she then?
Amber Rose is a biracial woman.
She's a biracial. Then we disagree with that. I don't think that Amber Rose identifies as non-Black.
I don't know what she identifies with, but Rachel Dolezal tried to identify as Black, and I promise you,
I don't think that anyone in the Black community thinks that Amber Rose is equivalent to Rachel Dolezal.
Well, no, I'm
maybe
no.
Maybe you are. Maybe you do, but I don't.
Stop. What you're not going to do is that you said she does not. I
know what you called me up for.
Oh, this was fun. So you just got on.
I literally just pulled over to my phone and I was like, oh, I need something to watch. And I saw that you were on live and I just checked the other live and I was like, wait, that's not a 9-minute. That's not 9.
We have clips upon clips upon clips of him. But to begin, where do we put him? Where do you guys want him to go? Well, LB, you and Concerned, where should he go?
Again?
Yeah.
I'll put him at I don't know. I want to say C or D. I'm having a hard time deciding.
C. That's all right. I'm not going to judge you. Concerned, do you agree with this?
Can I switch?
I would put him as, because based off of that statement, it seems like he would kind of cop out of conversations, out of communication, and kind of be difficult to deal with when it came to any type of conflict. So I would say D myself.
D. All right, D. All right, let's go to the chat because you guys did not agree on this. So the chat seems to think D and F.
Oh, wait, Famous, I have a question.
Go
Can
ahead.
I put multiple people in a category?
Yeah.
Oh, then he's F. Yeah, definitely an F. My bad.
Oh, yeah. There's no limit to how many people can go in a category. F?
I'm comfortable with switching to F. That's fine. That's fine.
F. All right. Thank you. All right, Concern, go ahead. Pick one.
Let's do Jaren, my old friend.
Jaren. Wait. Do y'all remember Jaren, though?
I remember Jaren. The special kind of guy.
where do you want to put him? Because I feel exhausted putting him on the screen.
Oh, yikes. Actually, but so for me, Jaren is a D because you can tell that he is a person that is kind of stuck in his ways and isn't really willing to talk things through. But Jaren did have a job. Didn't come off like he knew, he had a lot of I don't know. Jaren he did seem like he's the kind of guy who at least has friends. So
wait, you are putting Jaren above Nika?
Yeah.
Do you LB?
So I might put Jaren ahead of Nika, but personally for me, he's still in the F category. I think that category is gonna overflow for me.
Right. That's what I'm like. It's like I'm grasping for like straws to differentiate, because I think that if it was like completely, like if I had to grade on a curve, is what I'm saying right now. If I had to grade on a curve.
All right, let's stop. Is there, so one of you said D and one of you said F. The chat, you guys decide. D or F? Go ahead.
Can I give him a reason for putting him in F?
Yeah, go ahead. You can talk how they do it.
Okay, yeah. I feel like he's like one of the worst types because he's fully aware of what he is doing and doing it just to play with us. And there's something off about his personality that he's shown on the channel that is really concerning, and I would never. So F.
I mean, great point. Like if I were grading on a curve though, so you seem shocked by me putting him before Nika. The hard thing with me and Nika is that Nika seems like the type of person who like probably surrounded by supportive Black women, probably literally has, like dresses and like he does fashion design and all the above. And like a part of his kind of artistic expression is probably uniquely Black, but he wouldn't credit Black people for it, and he would try to undermine Black women's contribution to his inspiration, which to me is like a different level of betrayal.
The women in the chat put him in an F, so it is.
It's okay. We can put Jaren in an F, but the reason why I think that Nika is a special basement level is because of the denial of the contribution of Black women to something like fashion. I just think it's like a second level of like betrayal.
People want to see the video of Jaren. The red ones don't have their videos, but everyone else does. If you're a guy, let me explain again, and you're here and you disagree with the position you're being placed in, you can come up to defend, and then we go back to the chat to see if they're persuaded. This is wrong. If they're persuaded by what you have to say. Orange Pill, I just saw your email. I didn't read all of it, but I saw pictures of things. All right. We need 2 more women. Thank you both, by the way.
Thank you.
The first 2 women to come up, you guys are the next 2. The first 2 women to hit the link. I mean, Orange Pill is here, so I feel like someone should come up and put Orange Pill somewhere so Orange Pill can defend himself. Prince Patty is here, so we got our next 2. All right, Kat, go ahead. Who do you want? Kat, you're muted.
I am so very sorry. I want the orange pill.
All right, you have. All right. Do you want to see the orange? Do you want to see some of the Orange Pill's greatest hits before we go?
No, it's okay. I don't need a refresher. I'm good.
All right, period. Where do you want the orange pill to go?
Can I choose Z? We don't have Z, do we? Okay. Um, you know what? Okay, so we're not really gonna curve, obviously. But if we're vetting, that's like a one-time type thing that we're doing, like a one-time grading. And given that
Mhm.
he's married, at least we think, or do we not think he's married? So
I'm not
let's
gonna
just go
answer that.
by. Let's go by he's married. E.
E.
Yeah.
All right, you're putting orange pill above Jaren and Nika. All right. Do you agree, Reese? Orange pill said he wouldn't date a woman with a home. Just, all right, period. I'm not gonna debate
Well,
y'all.
I asked if I could choose Z.
I mean, you can choose F and you're choosing E. So I mean, I don't understand. But Reese, do
Okay,
you agree?
so
All right, go ahead.
so I mean, so then by that logic, everyone, well, not everyone, most of them are going to fall under F.
Really? Is that what y'all think of
I'm
the men
sorry, I
from
don't mean
Insta?
to drag anyone. I just mean most of them. Is
All
the
right, wait.
Kaiserslautern here too?
I don't know why Prince Petty put me in there, but it's fine. He said I had to do it, so I'm just gonna go with it. But where do we put orange? Reese, do you agree with E?
I have to vote for F because I'm trying to think of some sort of redeeming quality that he has, and I can't think of one. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Girl, this is gonna be a drag session. All right, let's look. Maybe you guys can get a better feel for Orange Pill if we play some of his videos, right? Let's play some videos to be fair.
You said I believe I can change black women.
But you can't change black men.
I don't believe I can change black women. I don't believe I can change black women.
You don't believe you can change black
I
women?
didn't say that at all.
Do you believe
Didn't say I could change black women.
Can you change black women?
Do I believe I can change? No, I can't.
All right, so why do you talk about
Black men can't change. Black men can't change black. Huh? What'd you say?
So black men can't change black women and they can't change black men.
People can only change themselves individually. They have to want to change.
All right. So why are we talking?
You can't just go to a group of. I can't just go to a group of.
So wait, no. Why?
Well, that was the point I was making.
No, no, that's not the point you were making because you were talking about changing black women, but we're not going to go there. You said you should. You said that we shouldn't be talking about black men because they're not going to change, and we just. One more. So the man is supposed to be the head.
Yes.
These are quick. All right, good. But if you find a woman, as AA pointed out, who is doing well, like, are you going to go find a woman who is not doing well because you need to be the leader? Because
no, that's not.
Lead? All right, good. No. So are you supposed to lead a woman who is doing better than you and is more adequate and than you, adept? Are you supposed to be the leader of this person, a woman who is better than you in every way? If you are with that person,
in every way, it's a very interesting question.
Yeah, no. You marry a woman who is physically stronger than you, looks better than you, makes more money than you, more smarter than you, is more like if you can name it, she's better than you in all of these ways. If you find the man is supposed. I don't like that clip. Y'all are biased. Y'all are trying to drag this man. Do you change your opinion?
I do because I also just remembered he also banalized black femicide in Alive.
Oh,
I remember that. Yeah, he's an F. I tried. Okay,
all
F
right.
it is.
All right. So Are you in agreement, Reese?
Yes, I agree with that, F.
All right. So Orange Pill, unfortunately, you are in F. Now, Orange Pill, you can come up and make an appeal to the board. You can come up and make an appeal. I would implore you to come up and make your appeal to the board regarding where you stand. But we'll wait for you to come up. All right, Reese, go ahead.
Okay, so I am here for impossible is nothing.
Oh, impossible. Where should I go?
I am going straight to S category. That's the guy that I absolutely stan. He's the best in my opinion. No offense to you, Themis, but he's the best.
Oh. Offense taken. I'm kidding. All right. Do you agree with this, Kat?
Absolutely. Yes. In fact, I always miss him when he does not pop up in the lives.
Oh, I like this. Impossible is S. I can't right now, unfortunately, but I'm listening. I want to go to see though.
He's looking for a wife.
I'm going to be messy. Produce your wife, you go up to see.
Weird. Not y'all out here dragging him. All right. Prince Betty, what say? Thank you both.
I'm going to
Thank
put
you.
impossible at S tier. I just wanted to come up to clarify my clip selection. Understand that you can only clip like 30 seconds to a minute. So I think I have a lot more context for the clips that I selected than the audience might. So if you do need to click out to look at the entire context, you can on those short.
Right.
But yeah, I'm putting the F.
We need 2 women up here. Oralist, are you a woman or man to defend your position? Look, someone said, not team is developing a lean tool and process to vet men. Can we add a look? Yeah, they said we needed to learn to vet. So we are learning how to vet. This is us vetting today. So you cannot date anyone below the B tier. You cannot go below the B tier. Go ahead, oralist. The next, we need two more women up if you are willing. The oralist. All right. You're muted, oralist. All right. Olivia.
Hi, Themis.
How are you? We
Good,
need one
how
more
are you?
person, by the way. Doing
Oh.
well, doing well. Yeah, no, go ahead. We need one more person. All right, while we wait for one more person, we will. Oralist, can you hear us now?
Yeah.
All right. Halima and DJ, you can stay in the back and I'll use you. You guys can do the next one. This is what Impossible had to offer to the conversations.
The thing is, I do believe that white people should be able to, chime in on the conversation about Black people's problems, with the caveat of there being a healthy level of deference, if not reverence, to what Black people have to say. It's like they have to understand that this is Black people's problems, this is their lived experience, this is their community that is being discussed. So there should be a greater voice given, I think, to the Black people. Like I don't
agree with this.
Really?
Nope. You enter white person at the risk of being called a racist. You get to talk, but you also get the consequence of whatever you say. But
no, that's the reason I came on, because I was kind of like a 1.5 in that I do believe that they should be able to talk. But you said that if you gave the specific set of rule to your question, which is that if you open the door to them, then you can't control what they say. I don't agree. Obviously, I do agree. Excuse me. That the thing is, I do believe.
All right. Enough of impossible. I'm kidding. I do like Impossible. All right. All right. Who are we going with? Olivia.
Okay, so I just picked one of them.
Yep.
I feel bad for doing impossible, but I think I would put him in the same spot.
For who?
For impossible.
Oh no, that's fine. Pick someone over here not chosen yet.
Oh, okay. Oh, jeez. Can we do Ovi?
Oh, Obi. Where do you want Obi to go?
We're gonna put Ovi in S.
Do you agree, Overlist?
No.
Oh, where should Obi go? Wait a minute.
Oh no, sister, no.
No, I would. Okay, so I guess are we okay? So are we judging them on their own right or in comparison to the rest of the group?
On their own right. On their own, we're vetting men.
Oh, I was
so,
okay. On their own right, then I would definitely put him as a B because I do believe that yeah, he is strong, but there's definitely some he can improve. Honestly, there's still some work to be done.
All right, so we have to go to the chat. So the chat between S, A, and B, where should Obi go? Let's see. Explain yourself, Overlist, and Olivia, you guys can go at it.
Well, okay, so I'm more like, I don't know. I feel like the reason why he gets so much support is because compared to the other guys, he does seem a little bit more endearing and understanding of our plight as Black women, especially in comparison to Black men. But sometimes I don't know if it's genuine or it's just a front. You know, like he just doesn't want to, you know, he's just kind of like trying to get us on his side. But in reality, he may feel exactly like his comrades, honestly. You know, he kind of want to be like the pick me. I don't know. And I think for Black women, we fall for it all the time when there's that one guy that shows us a little bit of compassion and understanding. Suddenly he's the Messiah. He's the one. And I feel like he's kind of there. Him and Impossible, honestly. But since we're just on him, yeah.
All right. So the chat seems mixed also.
Yeah, I'm seeing like mixed stuff too.
All right. This is
I might have went a little high with it.
All right. Wait, where do we put him then? Do we put A or B?
For me, I'll say A. I'll do A.
Oh, they said, child, roll the clips. Let's see if the clips will help. Yo, this is a messy. Why am I doing this?
Sorry, Obi, but I don't know. I don't know what clips. Every clip I've seen has been pretty good, but I don't know. I'm a new fan, so I don't know everything.
I'm trying to make logic of it is like it's not going to be fruitful because it doesn't have to make sense. It feels right. It looks right, so it must be right. So anything that challenges that feeling of it being right will be rejected. It will never, until that paradigm is shifted, it will stay this way. This is a different way of thinking. It does not have to have logic attached to it because like when you push things to logical extremes and there's holes in your argument, that means it doesn't make sense. You have to reject it if it doesn't make sense. So you can't accept.
Prince Betty, what is this clip doing? Explain this clip because I'm confused.
The context for this clip is I believe Orange Pill was talking about tradition and the way that things have always been. And Obi came in to say, yeah, but you're just doing things because it's always been that way. You're not thinking about the logical extreme of your argument, etc. You're not thinking about logic and how did I get here? It's just always been this way.
All right, this is a better one then.
So I think men also have to vet the women that they engage with. And I know that the vetting thing is very it's an emotional and it's a triggering word these days. But I think this is a conversation I would like for us to actually have to see like what is actually details of what does it mean for us to vet people? What does it mean to have boundaries and standards and expectation? What are these standards we're talking about? Because I don't think we get into this in detail. And I would like for us to at some point get into the details of what is it we should be looking out for as still telltale signs of abuse, telltale signs of narcissism, things like that, so that we can actually say, okay, if we notice this kind of thing, this is when to disengage, because we actually need these skills and tools. And I think because of the emotionally short
survive as a race.
All right, that was Obi. Did that help anyone at all?
I'm
gonna give Obi an A.
I would give Obi an A.
But no,
don't listen to
these men. Do not listen to these men unless they're defending themselves. Prince Petty don't get to rank. This is a woman ranking.
I still stand by B. He sounds good, but I mean, it's kind of like mansplaining. Like, he's not saying nothing that women have not been saying. The only difference is that we give him so much more credit because it's in a male. And I mean, okay, he still gets a B for me. I mean, I don't think reasonably I could go lower than a B, honestly, because I feel like I just sound like hating without any type of justification other than my instinct and what I've heard from him and his contributions to the discussion. So to be fair, I will have to give him a B.
All right. The people are saying they'll do. Being a B is good. Anything between an S and a C is good, except, well, it's not good, because I would tell you, if you put them under C, you don't date them. Anything under a B, you don't date. So the chat seems to agree with B. So I'm going to leave Obi at a B. All right. Panelist, did you go?
No, I didn't go.
Right, go
the person I would choose is Stan a Man.
Oh my God, I should have chosen. Thank you, Orly.
Okay, and I know I'm going to get a lot of flame for this, but I will put him honestly at a C. And let me tell you why I will put him at a C.
Oh,
I don't think.
Wait, don't tell me anything. Don't tell me anything. You're putting Stan Man at a C. Oh, all right. Wait.
Can I explain?
I don't agree. But I want to hear her explanation. I'm open to that.
Okay, so the reason why I would put Stan the Man at a C, because I think it's more a reflection of Black women than him himself. I think Black women, a lot of times, we're so open to accepting people's representatives because they're saying all the right things. But when they really come out and show us who they are, we're against that. I feel like having gentlemen like Stan the Man, although we may disagree with him, I think he really believes. He strongly believes in his convictions of whatever it is he's trying to present, but he strongly believes in that. And I think as Black women, we need to learn to receive that, accept it, and move on. So I think some people could respect his honesty, and some people could take that as a blessing in disguise. And I feel like I'd rather deal with people who show me who they are than me having to deal with the truth after I've been already emotionally invested.
May I ask, what do we put Obi as?
Let me pull it up for you so you're not confused.
Okay, Obi's B and Stan is okay. I was just
We don't
checking.
know where Stan is yet. We don't know where Stan is yet. We're still vetting Stan. So y'all want to put Stan at a C. All right. Do y'all want to see what some of Stan's greatest hits?
Oh, Lord Jesus.
Let's see some of Stan's greatest hits.
I can even show you. Here you go. Hey.
Wait, I can't believe that's you, Stan. No,
yeah, that's me.
Period. Stan is. Wait, I would not have guessed how you look. I don't know why. I would not have guessed how you look. I don't know why. You said you were 45?
Yeah.
35?
Yeah.
Everyone is camming up tonight. What is happening? Everyone is like camming up. Period.
It's because we're learning from you, Timas. We're taking courage.
Period. It's to come back on campus. Don't let this chat bully you.
Everything. Basically, that you said, it doesn't make any sense. Why is a man completely basically insecure because because a woman decides to have a house. She has the right to have a house and everything. And basically, like you said, that basically you're saying to women to not have a life, to basically be completely dependent to a man and everything. Don't get a degree, don't get a house, no. If you want to get a degree, yes, get a degree and everything, get a house and work on it and everything, but don't change your feminine side and everything. But don't be diesel and I have no degree, I have no college, I have no home and everything, and the man's gonna come in and no.
Actually, that I'm assuming you learned that tonight because that just happened. If that's actually what you learned, then I don't mind that. That is a good lesson. Definitely be over there listening to how you tell men and women they should be. I think that you might have. Well, let me not say that.
No problem is to tell you when you're right about stuff. I don't have that insecurity. When you're right, you're right. Sorry, you do. Sorry, I don't have that problem. I don't. Sorry, I don't have that problem. When you were right, you were right. Sorry.
But can we not tell people that
lower the woman that he has a degree? If you have a degree, good for you. You work for it and everything, you got a degree, but you shouldn't impose a degree that you think that degree doesn't mean a lot of things. There's many people who have a degree who are stupid.
All right. So where we putting Stan?
Oh no, where'd the Orioles go? I personally would put Stan at a D.
All right, so it's in C and a D. So between C and D, the chat needs to decide C or D. Oh, the chat already decided that it's a D.
They've been deciding.
The chat. Wait, all right, so Stan is at a D. Cynthia G said she doesn't believe in vetting. We are learning to vet today. We are learning to vet. All right. Most people put D. Most he doesn't listen, which leads to him not answering question directly. He's extremely emotional. I cannot.
Oh Lord, yeah, that's part of the
All right. Thank you, Olivia.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Well, I'll be in the chat.
All right. DJ and Helena.
Hi, Themis. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. DJ, you go first. Who should we pick?
We got to go with Words of a Poet.
Words of a Oh,
okay.
Where do you want to put him?
Okay, so yeah, all right. I'm hesitant to state why because I don't want it to seem like a cop-out. I'm going to put him on the same level as Stan the Man. I'm going to give him a D. And the reason why he's not an F in my book is because what I feel like they have in common is they have displayed that they do not understand what's problematic about their mindset. And I consider a man an F if it's clear that they understand and still choose to be disingenuous. That's an F for me. So I think that if they both were to do the mental work, that they could potentially make it up to a C. But right now, a definite D.
Really? All right, Helena, do you agree?
Listen, this is funny, by the way.
What, do you guys want to hear? Let me play a little bit of Words of a Poet.
Please.
To you, I will do so, and I could always email it to you. But it does says that even though Black women do open more businesses than Black men and go to school more, that when it comes to the woman category alone, that they're the ones failing. So I'm saying that to say just because
that cannot be true.
Okay, so I will email it to you. I'm not gonna debate it.
No. You are making very broad statements about failure, and I'm trying to get you to narrow it down.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It highlights it highlights not, I'm not calling you ignorant, but it highlights an ignorance in sort of how business operate, right? And so I can appreciate you pointing out that some Black women's business fail, but when you say they're the ones whose business fail, that's not an accurate statement. Right?
Could I clarify something really quickly? I'm sorry.
You can go ahead. You defend your position.
No. I will not defend. I am changing my position. When I heard words of a poet, I thought the man, please correct me, the man who was blaming his mother for being a single mother versus the father that left him, that's who came to mind. What's his name?
I don't remember his name, but that's not him.
Okay, got it. Words of a poet is an actual.
I think that's sincere.
Sincere. Excuse my mistake. Words of a poet is absolutely an F. Absolutely, because that's exactly what I said. He has the mindset or he has the understanding and chooses to be disingenuous. So I say F.
Do you agree with this, Helena?
Yes.
I am so sorry, guys.
No, you're fine. All right, Helena, go ahead. Pick one.
Okay, so first, before I pick one, being a spiritual person, I have to give a disclaimer and say this is not an assessment on who you are. If I am picking you, it's just based on what I have seen on this channel. So please, I will say the guy who. Mhm.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, the guy who were just throw out a stat there, statistics there saying Black women businesses are failing without really like a real point as to why he is doing that. I actually listened to, you interrogating him and kind of challenging him as to where those feelings come from. And to me, it was just apparent that he truly, and again, this is just my assessment, that he just truly like feel that way, and he truly like want to humble Black women and put them in their place. So I'll give him below Z if it's possible to have a below Z. Yes.
No, but pick someone over here now and place them.
Okay. I wanted to speak on Obi, but he's already in the queue. I'll give him a C because okay.
No. You can't pick anyone here. They are locked in until they come and defend themselves or until they change.
Okay, so the guy who was throwing out the stats, I'll give him like an F if that's the lowest grade.
Oh, that's the word. Yeah, he's already here. Pick someone here.
Those are the worst. That's the worst thing I can think of right now. So I guess I can't think of anyone else.
Wait, just you don't know.
Okay, I'll pick you. I'll pick Themis. I'll say Themis is at S because
there's no debate. Don't explain. We're not debating this.
I know.
Y'all are not about to hurt my feelings on this live tonight. Absolutely not. We're not even going to do this. We can say it's fake or whatever, but we're not doing it. Absolutely not. You're not going to hurt my feelings tonight. Thank you, Helena. Thank you, DJ.
No problem. You should have put yourself there from jump, to be honest. It should have started off with you and us. But
someone said Timus is a B. Period. I'm not changing it. So I mean, the game is rigged. I'm not even looking at y'all now. Thank you. All right. Let's go with Jenny and Lala.
Hi, demons. Can you hear me?
Perfectly. Why Obi? Okay. Why is Obi a B and Impossible an S? Actually, I think if we can get through this quickly, we do need to discuss some of this, because this is probably part of why I say we can't vet, because I actually don't know where people should be on. I know where I should be, and that's it. That is it. I don't know where anyone should be on this. But go ahead.
Okay, so I want to choose Sincere, and I will put Sincere in F. The reason is because Sincere, he loves to troll. He didn't want to I don't think he was being honest about. Yes, F.
Oh.
I don't think he was being honest about his income, and the fact that he didn't want to hold his father accountable. He put all the blame on his mom. That was just like really disheartening. And I feel like he's too old to be speaking that way. So that's why I give him an F.
All right. Do you agree, Jenny?
Oh, that was Jenny.
That was me.
So Lala, do you agree?
Yeah, I have to agree with that one. It was very.
Of the. Sorry, I didn't mean to play. Go ahead.
No, it's all right. It was very exhausting just listening to you, trying to get him to come to the conclusion and like break it all down, and then at the end of it, it's like, do you understand? He's like, no, because my mom, and it's just like, oh, God. So yeah, that I agree
All right,
with
well,
that.
you both agree. I don't think I have to play the clip, but for those who don't know, let me just play this 1 minute. The state
shows that the pretty chicks take advantage of the ugly guys, which that is not fair across the board, is what I'm saying.
Why are you using a
Because
normative
why I say
judgment?
that, let me say why I say that. Because what they're doing is why I say take advantage, because they're really not invested in that man. They're just
You
using it
literally
for
are saying these ugly men would not have access but for their money. So they know. We've heard Lil Wayne say it. We've heard 50 Cent say it. Like, they know that it is because they have money that they now have access to these women. I would argue that they shouldn't have access to any woman without money. But that's neither here nor there, because I can't really control that. So I don't see the problem.
There is no problem.
I don't see a problem. Why does he care so much? Are you ugly, Cynthia? That was messy! Why would you put that Prince Patty? That was messy. I completely forgot I said that. Or asked that. Was that it?
Oh, I didn't get to pick yet.
Go
So
ahead.
I would like to go with everyone's favorite, Dean. And if there was a F- category, I would like to put him there.
Do you agree, Jenny?
Yes, I definitely agree.
Well, we don't have to.
Yeah, he trolled for so long, and it was I binge watched a lot of your videos, Themis. So it was like video after video. I was like, oh, here comes Dean again. And so yeah.
Right. And for you to block him, that says a lot.
And when you finally did, I was like, yes. Okay.
Right.
Not Dean got in the F category. Y'all don't like Dean.
He was
Do we
trolling
want
too
to
much.
see
I would
Dean?
have given him something more, except after all those videos, and just it was just like, okay, you're just here to just be a problem. Like, you're really not here to contribute.
I think this rigorous debate that's
Yeah. Do you guys want to hear Dean or no? You guys
I think the audience should have a recap of Dean.
All right, let's have a recap of Dean. Answer the question, yes or no?
No.
All right. When Hafiz defines it as giving manosphere as giving relationship advice and talking about men and women, based on his definition there, huh?
What? The way you're framing of this question is interesting.
This is what Hafiz just said. Do you want me to play it back? I'm not going to actually play it back because I don't care. But take my word for it. Hafiz just defined it as giving relationship advice, right? So based on his, and talking about the dynamic between men and women, based on his definition of the manosphere, is he a part of the manosphere?
He's not a part of the manosphere.
Well, based on his definition.
No, he's not.
So he does not give women and men advice.
You're saying manosphere is all about women and advice.
No, thank you. Prince Fatty, why would you do that? I completely forgot this interaction. Whoa. Oh, all right, I agree with F.
F-. Oh my gosh.
He stressed me out. Oh my God, I completely forgot that.
And I mean, I was just every video, anytime he spoke, I was like, oh boy, here we go again.
What?
Yeah, every time.
I mean, I didn't even block him then. I should have blocked him then.
Happening is a good thing. So, this is my 2 cents.
The fact that it is a debate is
Well, because they're all pookies. Because that's the argument. Kevin Samuels, he's not educated, lame. He didn't graduate college.
Girl, this man put on a suit and have y'all on.
Yeah, there's a joke. It's like Kevin's the lead attorney is who Kevin Samuels pretends to be. High value.
Okay. That was when he was on his best behavior, I guess. So he's gonna stay at the F category, apparently. So that's great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a good one. Super and Cantoron.
Hi, Themis.
Hey, who do you pick and where do they go?
Okay, so a lot of the ones I wanted have already been picked, but I think I'm gonna go with Jonathan.
Jonathan.
And I'm not an expert on him, but I remember one live recently where he was, where would I put him actually? Let me think.
Oh, I forgot who Jonathan was, but now I remember. I remember Jonathan.
I hope I'm thinking of the right guy because I'm really bad with names.
Save these men. He said we cannot save these men.
Yes. So I'm gonna put him at D-. Because I don't think he doesn't seem completely stupid, but a lot of things do tend to go over his head a little bit, which I don't find very attractive quality. So because that whole troll went straight over his head. He did not pick up on Petty trolling him. I don't think so. He was trolling us back. I don't know, but yeah. And he has this very like simplistic way of thinking where he doesn't seem to consider other people's
This is the attitude of most.
Yeah. No, sorry, I didn't mean to play that. I'm pulling up Jonathan.
Yeah, we can play some of his clips because I would like to see more if there are.
This is the attitude of most men.
All right. So, Cantor, do you agree or do you want to see the video first?
I would need to see the video first because I really don't remember him.
All right.
You can't necessarily help them. They don't want to be. They don't want to
drag him, Jonathan. Drag him.
Well, I don't want to drag him, but you gotta want to help yourself first, man. It's not up to anybody else, Prince. You're gonna be.
What does me wanting to improve my life and needing advice on how to do that have to do with me coming to you and you saying nothing I can do? You got to do it yourself.
I gave you advice to organize your life. Now, if you want to hear the advice and take it to heart, that was good advice, man. You got to organize the way you do things and start thinking from things from a third point of view of what am I doing in my life and where am I at? You got to get content.
I'm mopping.
Prince Petty. Jonathan said I have to explain. He said you have to take responsibility for your life. I just wanted to make sure that you knew what he said.
Yeah, I take responsibility. I sweep very hard. I mop the floors very. I'm trying to progress in my career. So it's not that I'm not working hard. It's just specific advice I'd like, not just a generic, hey man, do better. No, you gotta think about it with your third eye.
Keep up what you're doing, keep working hard, but just know, don't think with your back, think with your mind. And think.
Well, I can't think with my spine. I don't think that would be.
That's what I'm saying. You can only sweep so hard. You can only sweep so hard. And I'm not,
Jonathan, I think you want to get away from that, brother. I don't think you want to shame, brothers.
I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to give him advice, but he's not really taking it. So this is I'm trying to give it.
I'm listening to your advice. My concern is I've asked for. I would like specific advice. What I was talking about specifically earlier was giving young men specific advice. And first you said, I can't help them at all. Then you retracted and said, well, I can help the people who want advice, but you did not give me that advice. When I asked for it, you said, you just got to stop thinking with your back. Think with your mind, your third eye. What does that mean?
Wait. But Prince Petty, did you hear that though? Do not think with your back, think with your mind.
I'll internalize that. And I'll talk to my therapist about it and see what we can do with that as far as in my life. And I will.
Prince, here's the thing. Don't be a victim. That's the biggest thing, man. Find out ways to not make yourself a victim. And that's all. That's the best thing you can do. If you can go through life and you can see yourself as a winner and as somebody who has everything they already need to succeed, you won't need anybody else's help, man. You have everything already you need. You just have to take the ropes, man. Take the reins. Take that first step. That's the best thing you can do, brother.
So in your opinion, is me mopping the floors as hard as I can, and I'm even up for a promotion to janitor 2, which comes with a 50-cent raise per hour. In your opinion, am I not doing enough?
I would say find a way to get in a better situation. Maybe go back to school. Maybe think of something. I'm saying some hard conversations, man. See if you can get your CDL. See if whatever you can do to have a better 5-year outlook.
I'm sorry, I can listen to this all day. I literally completely forgot we were doing, I forgot we were doing a thing because I can listen to this all day.
I'm sorry, but I'm gonna have to change. I want to change what I said.
Before you change, this probably will help you. Prince Petty, do not get any mercy from me. And yes, I was instigating because I wanted Jonathan to drag Prince Petty nonstop. I wanted him to get dragged because Jonathan came up here and I was talking to him, and Prince Petty came up here to save him, talking about, Themis, you need to let men speak, and Jonathan need to speak, blah, blah, blah. So I let Jonathan speak, and Jonathan ended up dragging him. So I was yes, I was instigating. I was here for all of it. I've watched this clip more than 10 times. I mean, obviously Prince Petty was trolling him, but it was just a perfect combination of trolling, dragging, and no nuance, and I loved every minute of it. Anywho, let's get back to the game. Go ahead. Where should the game?
So I just want to change it to E for elitist and for lack of empathy. I think empathy is such an important trait, and if a man doesn't have empathy for others, he won't have for you. So yeah, definitely. I forgot how he was completely like just this whole bootstraps mentality. And didn't he say that he was like he came from a wealthy family? So I don't feel like he has any place preaching to others. So yeah, that was really E for elitist, lacking of empathy, and for entertaining.
All right, I don't agree with this placement. I'm putting that out there now. I think he should be higher. Go ahead, Cantor.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm kidding. I just want to piss off Prince Petty.
Cantor, I mean, I was going to say D, but I mean, I'm not going to argue with E.
All right, you guys. All right. Well, if we don't have to go to the chat. Jonathan is at an E. Oh, what is that? All right, go ahead, Cantor.
I'm going to choose our favorite make-believe empire, the Cash Trash Can Clan. They're going in F.
You said they're going in F?
F.
F?
F as in failure.
You want them in S because they're starting an entire country?
Absolutely not. They got to go in the bottom.
Just trash. Wait, super
empire with no land.
What was it? 2 acres? What? How many? They claim they had like 3 acres of land or something. I'm mad no one has gotten to Malik yet. Y'all are playing with Malik. Thank you both. Wait, no. Super, do you agree?
Yeah, I definitely agree with F. Those guys
you don't want to
made no
move
sense.
them up. You don't want to move
No. They're good there.
All right. Thank you both. All right. I think Nania and Afri are next.
I don't agree with Jonathan's placement.
Well, sucks to suck. Where would you put him, Petty?
I'll put him at an F. You purposefully did not play his older clips in which he told women to pick better several times.
Wait, I didn't. Wait, not you calling me out. Let me go there. Is it the last ones or the first ones?
I think it's the last one.
All right.
He also told women to put a lawn chair outside nursing homes so that they can find a good black man.
But I think it's accountability towards men, and I think women should have accountability too. What is the problem with that?
Wait, how did I not know he came on previously?
He's a forgettable person.
Oh, not you, drag. No, not you. Prince Petty, you don't get to be petty because you got dragged after defending him. You got rightfully dragged. You came up here defending him. I don't feel bad for you. Jonathan, if you're here, I will give you 5 minutes to come drag Prince Petty. Uninterrupted. Talking about defending men.
What
should women have accountability for?
They're humans. They're people. So your actions
No. As a collective, what should black women have accountability for?
Choosing who they choose. Can you agree with this, Themis?
Facts.
That you cannot go out and you can't grab a woman off the street and have sex with her. She has to agree, or you will be put in jail. We can agree on that.
No, actually, no women who were forced and the men weren't in jail because they didn't want to lock up a good black man. I've been trying to convince them that the black man is not good, but that's neither here nor there.
But the law says if you do that, you go to jail. There's precedent. There's standards in society.
Yeah, but you just said a very, very definitive statement that I'm telling you is incorrect. Now, I take your point that in consensual...
But I think it's accountability towards men, and I think women should have accountability too. What is the problem with that?
What should women have accountability for? Sexually implies what?
I can't be raped. Nobody can be raped.
No, you can be raped, but that's not the point. I'm saying in terms of consent, if we're not talking about that breaking the law to have access, you control who you have sex with. Is that not accurate?
Every individual controls who they have sex with, but I'm talking about
how does that square when you say women control sex but men don't?
Listen, for everybody listening, in the context of dating and relationships, men want sex, women have sex. That is what men want from women. At the end of the day, if women want sex from men, it's the same dynamic. I'm not changing the dynamic.
Yeah, so women want sex, men want sex. How are you saying it's a woman's duty to, it's the women who control sex?
I'm not saying it's a woman's duty. I'm saying she has choice. You cannot, every woman in this chat can
and
tell.
And a man does not have choice?
Huh?
And a man does not have choice?
I never said it. Themis, I said a man has choice. I said it's the same dynamic.
Period. So a man have a choice and a woman have choice.
Absolutely. We're both people.
So why do women control access to sex now?
Because in the context of a man wanting it from a woman, it can be a woman. We could be talking about a woman wanting it from a man too. I'm just talking about in the context right now of a man wanting it from a woman. A woman has the choice, Themis, on whether he can touch her, on whether he can touch her or not. That is all I'm saying. I don't want to argue this point because it's kind of
No. You don't get to tell me what you want to argue. Actually, are you just going to concede then that women don't have control, control sex?
Why would I? Okay, Themis, what?
I thought you were just conceding it. My bad. Sorry. Go ahead.
What part of men can control their bodies and women can control their bodies means that women do not have control over their bodies. Both thoughts can exist at one time. Once again,
yeah, but when you say women, it's not control their body. You say women control sex and
exactly
activity.
Sex. Okay, their access to their bodies, sex, control to access to sex, and honestly, that is what the market. That is what men have.
Wait! You're getting flustered, and I think I know why. You want to move on from a point you have seen that you've lost, and that's fine. You can move on by conceding.
What have I said has told you that women do not control access to sex?
No, I'm not saying women don't control. I'm saying it's a choice of both people whether or not to have sex, unless it's rape.
Sure. Yeah. I don't think we're arguing. We're arguing past each other. I agree with you.
You are probably arguing past me. I'm directly speaking to what you said. When you say women control sex, it's not control their bodies, because men control their bodies, and we would be like, period. You said women control access to sex. Both people control access to sex. That a man is more horny in your mind and will sleep with more women does not negate the fact that he also have to consent. Because if a man doesn't consent, it is also rape.
Okay, Themis, that could be true. I'm not disagreeing with you. Men can get raped too. Women can get raped too. I agree with you. I was just saying in the context of our conversation and what I was trying to say, women control access to sex. Okay, and I know that because I have 5 sisters, and I know ain't no dude's gonna be walking up in there no time soon touching them without.
By your logic, when you put up that logic, any woman should be able to come sleep with you.
No, I never said that. See, what you're trying to say, oh, so you said that, so you don't mean that. No, both exist at the same time. I have the rights, I have my rights, they have their rights. And I was simply just trying to say, to be honest, I lost my point because we've been going in circles, but I think men need to listen to women. I think there's good points. I don't think we need to play the extremes. I think what that woman before me was saying was just toxic. Because at the end of the day, there are good men. I'm sorry, there are, and they're everywhere around. And the real question is, why can't
I mean, they're not everywhere around, because if they were everywhere around, vetting wouldn't be a problem. You could just close your eyes and pick one. I have a question, though, because you don't... Oh, my God. I think I do have, like, really weird Twilight Zone conversations on here. Like, the fact that that was a conversation is kind of ridiculous. Anywho, I hope everyone got that. Petty, where do you think... I actually agree with Petty. I'm sorry, we're going to bypass and ask Petty where he thinks they should go, and then if the chat agrees, then he goes there.
Jonathan belongs in S tier for holding both men and women accountable for policing their body or something like that. I don't know.
You said F. Drop a 1 if you agree with Prince for F, for Jonathan.
I said S.
S. Oh, Jonathan, you want to put him in S. Drop a 1 if you agree with Prince Petty.
So everybody was...
Drop a 2 if he should stay in E.
Everybody was okay with him dragging me, and they was trying to put him in A and B, but now that he came for the women, I don't know. This is not sitting right with me.
Not Prince Petty mad. He gonna stay in E. They said they don't agree with you, Prince Petty. All right. Nania, go ahead.
Yo, I totally forgot about that video. Jesus.
Me too.
Whoa. Okay. So I was deciding between Prince Petty and Ruslan, and I think I'm just gonna stir something up, but I'm gonna go for Ruslan.
Wait, is Ruslan on here? Prince Petty, why is Ruslan on here?
They asked.
Wait, where's Ruslan? I can't find him.
You were close to him by Silent Night.
I don't care. I don't see it. I'm kidding.
All right, I'm about to get in trouble for this, but I'm actually... So I saw the conversation between him and Rolo, and I'm actually going to put him in E. There's something that he did towards the end of that conversation that really kind of showed his true colors. And for me, like, I was actually shook. Like,
Great, what did he do?
He basically alluded to the fact that he kind of uses Christianity to control his wife. Like that was his whole point of following it. Like he alludes to that, and I was like so shocked that was like, and it was like Rolo who was looking more like the reasonable person, and I was taken back.
Can you be a little... Do you remember exactly what was said?
Yeah, so it was also helpful that like someone wrote down exactly like the question. So basically like towards the end of the conversation, because he left like within like the 2 hour and 30-minute mark. But what happened was Rolo asked him, like Ruslan was talking about how like the woman or his wife does whatever he says he wants them to do. And so somebody said, if you want your wife to move to another place, are you just going to move? And he was just like, yes. And then Rolo said, and then Ruslan said, we're actually moving to Florida. Like we talked about moving to Florida because I said we're moving to Florida. And then Rolo was just like, oh, okay. So like, this is more like the Christianity thing. And this is why you push, and he was just like, yeah, this is exactly why I pushed Christianity. Like he was alluding to the fact that like you can use, and he was just like, this is why I recommend men to follow Christianity. Like he was like, during the whole conversation, it was starting to get deeper into the fact that he's not actually disagreeing with the manosphere. He's disagreeing with the way it's being executed. And
so just to be clear, like that was like the conversation he was having with Demas about what church he and his wife should go to. I think
this was actually on a separate channel. Like they decided to have a debate between him and Rolo, which the manosphere uses. Like Rolo wrote the book on like the I guess the Bible, or like the foundation.
The Bible.
Yeah. And so Rolo was like interrogating him about his beliefs.
Wait, before we do this, so y'all are trying to tell me that Stan the Man, in your opinion, is better than Ruslan in y'all's opinion.
Oh, we're not looking good at all.
No, I would have never put Stan in D. That I just like I would have never put him in D. I would have like if I would have just based it on the conversation with you, Themis, I would have put Ruslan in C. before watching that entire like conversation between him and Rolla.
But don't all men use Christianity essentially to control women?
Themis, let me tell you, that interview had me like, I'm good off the internet for like 3 days. Like, it was so weird to watch. Like, respectfully, like, I do agree with what you just said. Like, yeah, I personally think so, yes. And even judging by the conversations you had on like Bible and Christianity on your channel previously, I think so, yes.
Wait, I mean, pause. I do want to, part of this exercise is not just to have fun. It is to recognize that we don't really know what we're doing.
Right.
So that's fine. Not you, but just generally. This is not, I don't think vetting comes as easy as people think. But I mean, I did not think that we would be at a point where Ruslan is ranking lower than Stan the Man.
Well, the funny thing is, Themis, like with Stan the Man, there's also a video. I remember him being on a panel where I think it was the pink pill accident, like breaking down why women may be potentially overweight, sexual abuse, like the logical things that Black women face. And Stan the Man basically like, he was like, well, that's really unfortunate, but you know, that's not me, so whatever. And I remember him just like dusting off the fact that we were talking about sexual assault and all these things. And so Stan would not be in that category for me personally. Like, that is wild.
All right, so you were saying put Ruslan at an E. A free, do you agree?
I disagree.
Where should he go?
I would put him in, if S is like top tier, then he would be placed in B. B. He'll have a B plus.
All right, so we're between B and E. Chat, where should Ruslan go between B and E? Someone said C or D, B. You can continue to talk, Nanya, and you can try to like sway the group if you want.
I can see how people would be like C or something like that. Like, he was actually going to be in C if I was just basing the conversation on what I've seen like between him and Themis. And I also like the fact that like when you were breaking down, I think one of his videos, he was open to having a conversation. And I think he's really good at conflict resolution, and he's also really good at he's really good at like, he made sure he read Roll's books. He was ready to go in that conversation. And so he's ready to back up what he says, or he's ready to have the conversation. So I can see C, but like it derailed so quickly for me that I was shocked in that conversation.
But don't you think like that there's no S category, like when it comes to, you know what I mean? Like S is like top tier fantasy, does everything right.
That's why like I'm grading on that curve, which is why he ends up in the E. Because like everybody would then shift down anyway.
All right. I think most people agree to put him in C. So he is our first in C. All right. Afreeb, go ahead.
Interesting.
Huh?
I said that was interesting. Okay, so let's see. The last person that left an impression on me was How to Man. That's the last person. And I will put him, damn, this is actually crazy. I'll put him in the C category.
C?
Mm-hmm.
C?
Yes. I'll give you a reason why. Because like I said, S is like a fantasy. E is just downright disgusting. Somebody just texted me and said, what? C, he goes in C because, number one, he represents himself. He doesn't have facade. And then number two, he knows how to defend his points.
Right.
And if he's a woman for somebody, but he's a man for some women, but he may not be the man for most women because of his views. So I do. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, so that's why I put him C because, like you stated before, a B would be passing, right? But a C, he's not passing. He has some work to do. He can at least defend his points and think for himself, although his viewpoints are misogynist. That is the world that we live in. So again, I have to remind people we don't come across S's and A's too often. We mostly come across everything B and down. So he gets to
I'm
see.
gonna have to play some of this. My therapist actually told me this was abusive, but let's go and see what he actually said.
And that's because the education is unimportant.
All right, go ahead. Explain why the education is
so
unimportant.
the education of the Black woman is unimportant, right? If you look statistically, like take statistical data of who's in what jobs, right, per demographic, by demographic. Hold on, man.
What statistical data? You're citing to a statistic that I took really quickly.
I'm about to help you out with that. Give me a second. Let me get through the point. Then we can break down the data, right? And then you can pick the actual source on this, right? I'm gonna throw some out there for you. You can pick which one you want to rock with, right? But what happens is when you look at the type of jobs that collegiately educated women of any race are going into, right? In a lot of cases, these aren't extremely prosperous careers. There are some that end up making that $100,000 or whatever it is, right? But that's not the majority. My whole point in saying that is a lot of the people that aren't extremely educated, right? They're making a whole lot of fucking money in what some people would call, blue collar jobs, right? Jobs that don't require.
No, I cannot let you do that because that's statistically incorrect. Statistically, you can go to literally any. Unlike you, who have not cited anything, go to the Pew Research.
I'm literally about to cite it to you, bro. But you felt like interrupting me, so please continue. It's your show.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I can't continue that. So, Afri, you're putting that person at what do you say? You're putting that person at a C.
Let's go to the board. Why is Ruslan? I really disagree with Ruslan being on the C, but okay, because now it just looks crazy. Being next to How to Man, because I really feel like, okay, like I said, How to Man, we can all agree that he's a misogynist and that he has like some viewpoints that doesn't make any sense. But his senselessness is motivated by his misogyny. So one thing that I did notice is that he does have the ability to provide for a family, because didn't somebody ask him that he has a wife and children? And he said yes.
I don't remember. I mean, I don't remember him having a wife and children, but I do remember him not going to college and him saying college is not great. And I don't disagree that you don't have to. I don't think everyone has to go to college.
To provide some context, he does not have a wife. I think he does have a baby mama who he is together with.
Oh, he doesn't have a wife? Oh, okay. Let's put him down there with
her. He does take care of his kids. And a reminder also, it was not a part of any of Themis's live streams, but this is one of the gentlemen who said that Black women perpetuated slavery and that Black women oppressed Black men.
Oh, really?
Not the white man. Black women are the Black men.
He said that?
Yes.
Girl, put him on an F. What the hell is that? Okay, I changed my mind. Put him in the F.
Well,
I didn't know he said that.
To be fair, Afri, you did say some of his views are, influenced by the misogyny. I think. What were you saying?
Yeah, he's clearly a misogynist. But I was giving him a C because he seems to be like he's able to defend his standpoint. And he has a family.
I didn't remember him defend. Like, I remember watching it and thinking, "Oh my God, this person is just going to continue to yell."
That doesn't mean that he was good at defending his standpoint, but it just means that he was capable of. He didn't back down. So, like a lot of men that come up here, and I believe women are on the bottom of the totem pole because I just want them to be there. So I suppose for me, I respect that if you're going to be a misogynist, you can at least defend your reason as to why you are, a misogynist. I guess it doesn't make sense. But no, I didn't know he was talking about how Black women are slave owners. No, you can ship them down. Never mind.
I mean, to be fair, wait, this is an example of what I said earlier. Black women ignore what Black men tell and show them and choose based on their fantasy of who they want Black men to be. I mean, I'm starting to agree. That guy failed on conversation, period. Actually, so you watched the same video with someone who is like a sort of expert in analyzing people's psychology, I guess. And they thought it was that he shows signs of being an abuser. By the way, this is not true in the sense that this cannot be diagnosed, and I cannot put that out on him. I'm just saying this is the opinion of someone who I would trust to be able to give that opinion. But apparently not very many people saw it that way. So, I mean, I think it's interesting. This exercise is actually refining some ideas that I had about whether or not the conversation of vetting is a fair conversation to even have. But I appreciate that. Wait, I think, Nanya, do you agree with the position? He's now in F, I think.
Oh yes, I couldn't remember who he was, and then I realized I couldn't sit through that stream with him talking.
I mean, I had to reconsider my whole life.
Yeah, literally.
After that conversation, I was like, wait.
I was like, what did I walk into when he started talking? And then I was like, I can't do this.
But my whole thing is like, okay, Obi is at a B, and he pretty much says everything that we agree with Obi. He says everything that we think, but he's at a B, okay? And then Ruslan is under Obi. And then who else? I mean, so like, if we can't, if we go out and try to meet a man and we meet an Obi, like, will we really be like, oh, okay, he's a good guy, but he says he pretty much agrees to everything that that he agrees to everything I say. So I don't think that he's going to be like the best man for me. Are we really going to do that? Or are we going to like, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't make sense for Obi to be placed at the B. And he pretty much agrees with everything. Like, Obi doesn't have.
I mean, I don't think. I mean, a part of vetting is like not just like agreeing. And so Thema said we are eating them individually. We're vetting them individually, but I mean, we can vet as much as we want individually, but there are going to be some comparative analysis going on. And I shouldn't have said that initially, even though that's what I want, because I'm having problems. I'm not going to tell you my problems right now, but like, I'm having problems with these rankings. Like, I'm having a ton of problems with these rankings. But I think I want to see how women think about these things, and maybe men can also learn. I don't know. But I'm just going to stick with my vetting is just like not going to be it for a while, but let's keep going. You guys both agree on how to man, so we can move on from this.
Yep.
Wait, Afri, did you? Yeah, Afri, both of you chose, right?
Yeah, he deserves to be an F. He needs to be like negative number. Is there a negative number we can put him in?
Yeah. So men are being ranked on how much they agree with women. People just pointed that out. Afri just said he agrees with us, and he's still not ranked at number 1 or whatever. So obviously, just agreeing was not enough. I mean, at some point, y'all gonna have to start listening, because like, this is ridiculous at this point. Thank you both, because like, they didn't even hear anything. Black women don't know what a good man is. Well, we're gonna figure that out tonight. We're going to find that out. Tay and True Mystic.
Hey, y'all. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. So let's go.
But before you go, someone said, "Where's Orange Pill's wife?"
Oh, Lord.
I don't know. Orange Pill out here lying. So I'm just gonna say it's a lie until I go read that email that he sent. Maybe he clarified something in the email, but I was expecting to speak to a wife, so I'm very much confused. Go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt. I missed the first part of the live, but somebody told me his wife did come on.
That was not his wife. That was one of the women in the chat trolling. They named it Orange Pill's wife and then started sounding like Siri. Wait, was that you, Prince Patty?
No.
All right. Ted, go ahead.
Oh, hi, everyone. So the person that I would like to vote on would be, wait. Oh, sorry. I thought that he got chosen already. Malik.
Wait, before you do, when you say vetting is not a group project, it is for me, because if as a collective you guys don't know what a good man is, then that's a problem. No, it is a group project. The community has to come together and decide what is a good man and what is not. So, I mean, I'm not arguing with you regarding vetting. If you think you can vet, you vet. I think you can vet for negative traits. That is easy to do. You see a Future, you run in the opposite direction. You see a Chris Brown, you run in the opposite direction. You see a Neo, you run in the opposite direction. Because it's easy to say what you should not have or what you should not go towards. That is not the problem. It is trying to find out who has your values. How do you vet someone to know that not only do they have your values currently, but that they will continue to have your values when you're in a relationship with them, right? Like it's not, we're not doing this argument, not tonight. This is a whole vetting thing happening, and we are going to vet. So go ahead, Tay.
Okay, and so just to be clear, we're going based off of like how we would date, but not necessarily like how we're just seeing these men ranking like generally, like as far as interactions go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But do you think these people would make good partners, and are they good men generally? Not good partners. Let's do good men generally. You could add partners if you want.
Okay, so yeah, just kind of speaking more generally, I would pick Malik, and I would like to rate him at C-, between a C and a D. And I choose that just because, like, even though I know that this is an issue and it's something that I acknowledge, but I do see some level of potential in him. Like, he definitely.
We're not y'all going here after potential again. Yes. Yes,
no, like, I'm not saying the potential for me to date him someday, but definitely potential for him to just be better and to, I don't know, get to some, just to be better, to be a better person. Like, he seems pretty honest with how he responds, but also he could work on his like emotional intelligence and articulation and like just being able to kind of listen better. But yeah, that's where I'll rank him.
Yeah, period. Come through potential. True Mystic.
Ooh,
this
girl.
is a little disturbing, but I'm starting to see what the issue is. I mean, if you have, I know you're cooking or whatever, I would like at some point as we get through this for you to come up and see, because hopefully we'll get through this quickly. So we get to the debriefing portion. And I would like to hear your opinion, Cynthia, on what the issue is, because I'm also figuring out an issue, but I already, in my mind, I already knew what I knew this. I thought this. I don't know if it's true yet, but I've thought this. And it's being reaffirmed in a way, nothing really bad, but it's getting reaffirmed. And yeah, thank you, Thin. Who was next?
Me.
Truman. Oh, do you agree with where Malik is?
Honestly, I put him with a D. I'd put him at the D. He's not the worst, but there's a lot he got to work on. So
All
D.
right, so it's between a D and an E. Where got people in the chat, C, D, or E? Why would you put him at an E? Oh yes, LB.
You said why would I put him at it?
Yeah.
At E or
E.
Number one, he got to stop smoke. Number one, he got to stop smoking in 4K, especially after you keep on telling him time after time again, bro, stop smoking in 4K. D, I think that's kind of like one of the main reasons, but there's a lot that he got to work on. Yeah, that's all I'm gonna say.
All right, I will put based on the chat seems mixed again. So I'm gonna put him at a D with Stan. All right, go ahead, True Mystic, choose.
All right, so I'm gonna pick everybody's favorite villain, Mr. Rucker.
Oh,
yeah.
All right.
Why so happy? What? You're not excited about your good friend?
I'm not even gonna comment. Where do this man go? Where do you want this man to go?
All right, so this man is gonna go straight to the bottom of the pits of hell in the ranking F tier. F for FBI watch list. F for the federales need to come get him because he's a stalker. And this dude said that if a woman gets abused, it's 50% her fault. So F for the bottom pit of hell. Yeah, FBI watch list. Nah, somebody gotta come get him.
Gotcha. Thank you, True Mystic. Ted, do you agree?
Yeah, I agree. But I was also going to ask, can we just get a clip for entertainment purposes?
All right, let's get a clip. I don't know how entertaining it's going to be.
Yes, thank you for having me back on. I'm enjoying this topic because all this is transactional. The women have the beauty, the men are supposed to have the money. So it's an even exchange and either party can say no. So there really shouldn't be an argument. If that man is a...
I'm sorry, I can't do this. I can't do this. I want to do this, but I can't do this.
And it's like when you compare Malik to that, I feel like he deserves that C-. But I mean, clearly the bunch is rotten, so.
Do you disagree with F? Wait, you're being blocked? Why are you being blocked? Yin and Yang. Can someone explain why Yin and Yang is being blocked? All right, Orange Pill is here to defend himself. Thank you both. Let's hear Orange Pill. I think his wife is hopefully here. Orange Pill.
Hello?
Yep.
Yeah. Well, I sent you in the email about the thing pertaining to my wife coming on. But basically, I'm going to see if she can come on later. We're supposed to be meeting for to eat in a little bit. So I'll see if she can just come on real quick and talk to you guys.
All right.
Yeah, but I did send you pictures. Maybe you want to pull them up. And that may not mean nothing too much, but yeah. So I see my ranking is an F or a Z or E. We know it's definitely not above anything like that. I mean, if it's based on, I guess, viewpoints, in which you said this obviously not the right way to just do that.
Yeah, no, it's based on whether or not they think you're a good man.
Okay. So I was kind of vaguely listening because I knew I was like, okay, here we go. I know I'm going to be an F or something. So what makes me an F? Not that I care. I'm just curious.
It's okay to care. I don't understand. It's okay to care. I think what makes you an F is precisely the last stream when you say you wouldn't date a woman who has a home.
Okay. Well, just to clarify, I didn't make a personal judgment on a woman that had a home. I didn't call her, independent and all this stuff. It was my personal opinion on the thing. So
no, yeah, and interestingly, I think we would all agree that you having a preference is not a bad thing at all. In fact, I wish more men would be as honest as you in terms of preferences, so it would be easier to vet. I think what the issue is why you wouldn't date someone who have a home. And I think in you explaining it, it didn't make sense because on one hand you're saying I want to be, I'm going to be the provider, right?
That wasn't the reason why I said I wouldn't date a woman at home, because I want to be the provider.
Because you said being the husband, you're going to have to take over her mortgage, which you don't have to. So I'm assuming that's because you are the husband, right?
Well, yes, because I'm the husband, but like that's not a reason why I would. It's a risk assessment of the financial cost, and like something for me, I want to invest in something that that both parties were involved in, not just me. Not just her. I'm sorry, not just her. It was like, okay, I'm coming into something somebody already has a mortgage, which is basically it's a huge debt.
No.
And I don't know what else is going
on. No. There are good debts and there are bad debts. I did not want to go into finance with you.
Okay. Yeah, we're not going to go down.
Yeah, but to the extent that we are, a rough understanding is that this is going to be an asset. So when you treat, in the way you're articulating home ownership, it feels like a lack of understanding of the worth of a home, right? And you don't have to pay anything. You literally could just rent that out and have the people renting pay their rent and use the rent to pay the mortgage. And you guys can have another home. But this is not a conversation where I'm trying to convince you either way. I'm explaining to you that it comes off as a very specifically ego-driven decision. And that puts you, I think a lot of women that turns them off, and they think you're not a really good person. Not just person, but like financially, you might not understand how a home is an asset and how you can benefit from that. And because of your ego, you're willing to step aside and refuse potential generational wealth and wealth building in an attempt to secure your own manhood and ego. And so it's very difficult to build and communicate and be with someone like that. And I think I don't know, but I'm assuming that's where it's coming from.
I would, and I agree that a house can, like I've said, I'm not discounting anything you're saying. As far as a house being an asset, and you could have it rent out, all these things. I mean, like I said, me and my wife, we own the home together, and since we got the house back in December, it's already risen about $30,000 in worth, because I think they're starting to build a lot around our area. So I get how it works. I'm just saying, for me, it was more beneficial. And this wasn't always my idea. I think as I started to make more money, I started to understand, do more risk assessment on, financial cost and things like that, because you have more. So it's not nothing.
So for someone who does risk assessments, for you to think about a woman owning a home and not qualifying it with a home that needs improvement, a home that's not in good condition, a home that's like, there is no qualification of the kind of home. You're just like, if a woman has a home, right? And the home could be in tip-top condition, actually ready to start bringing in a ton of money for both of y'all if you decide to rent it out or Airbnb it, whatever, right? You didn't explain any of that, right? And so when you disregard, even to the extent where I attempted to help you, right? I said, what if the home is everything that you want it to be? At that point, you had the opportunity to say, yeah, well, okay, let me explain. If the home is everything I want it to be, then yeah, we could use that. Now you're talking about risk assessment, something that was not a part of the conversation at all. And that's why
I did say it was financial risk.
Yeah, no. I was trying to include a risk assessment in that conversation. I've watched that conversation with you more times than I would like. And even the ways in which you decided to engage is very specifically ego-driven. And that's what I was trying to tell you. But I said everyone can come up and defend themselves, but do you understand?
I understand, but I understand what you're saying about including like the risk assessment. I did say that. I actually said it's a best risk for anyone to make a financial investment. So I did include that in my statement without you having to include it yourself. Do you remember I said that?
Nope. You said you would not date
okay,
a woman.
I did say it.
You said
I did say that.
You're not going to do
Demas,
that.
I watched it over. Okay,
That's fine,
okay.
that's
We'll just
fine.
go place.
All right.
Okay.
So
All
are
right.
you saying, in terms of the risk assessment, because you're going to be the man of the home, you are now going to have to take on the responsibility?
Yeah, that's more of something of principle for me. I expect myself, especially learning growing up, that as regardless of how much my wife would make, I'm going to be the one that pays the financial, more of the cover more of the finances. That's a self rule for me, and that's how I grew up. That the man should be, and it doesn't matter how much my wife will make. So that's me. That's why I did that. So it's no judgment on a woman that owns a home and all this stuff. But things are going to always be what they want to be, and people are going to view how they want. So I'm not going to even try to convince. And that puts me as F. Okay.
Hey, Sam. I don't know if you're close to the mic.
Oh, hey. Orange pill, I don't think that anybody is viewing what you say how they want to. I think they're viewing it based on what you said. But
okay.
I actually didn't even come up here to address you, Orange pill, because I think that there's something more problematic that should be addressed. And
before you do that, Finn, if you're not going to address, let me end the conversation. I get you. Do you understand what you're doing, Orange Pill? Why you're at F? Do you accept it now?
Yeah, I understand.
All right. Thank you so much. Let me know when your wife comes.
All right. I got you.
Bye. All right. Go ahead, Finn. Sorry, I just wanted to end that before we continue.
Okay, so let me point out the two biggest issues with these ratings, because I was watching your facial expressions and mine were kind of similar. Because I don't want Black women to prove my points made earlier. Come on. But so this is what I wrote down. The biggest issue that I have with this is that there seems to be like a lack of ability to attach certain mentalities to certain outcomes. For example, Stan, Malik, and I forgot what the other man's name was. They were all rated a C or a C minus, which is a passing grade. Even it's a low one, but it's a passing one. All of them believe that the woman chooses to be a single mother, which clearly indicates that they will have no problem creating one. So if a man sat on a panel, and one of the biggest issues in our community is single mothers and absentee fathers, why would you rate a man who is telling you out of his mouth that I believe that you are a single mother because you did not choose to get an abortion? It's not on the man. So he's telling you if he's in that position, he's going to feel like it's your fault. He's going to feel like there's nothing wrong with turning you into a single mother because that was a choice that you made. So this is a problem, that there's no connection between those at all. I feel like none of their mentalities are being connected to actual behaviors. The other one is that the women who are up here seem like they're rating the men based on the assumption that these males see a flaw in how they think and plan to change it. Because I've heard a lot of them say, well, he needs to do more work if he changes this. Well, they already said they're not going to change it though. So are we not paying attention to what these males are saying? None of the males, and then rating Obi as a B and Stan as a C? Is Stan really that close in mentality to Obi? Because Obi believes in raising his kids. He believes in being a provider. Why are we ranking non-providers almost on the same level as a man who believes in provision? Why is Jonathan rated lower than Stan? I mean, because at least Jonathan believes you should get it out the mud. At least Jonathan believes that you should work to get something. None of the men who are being rated a C, these are the men who are going to cheat on you, leave you a single mother. Like one of them literally gave me narc abuser vibes. And he's been rated as, oh, he's not that bad just because he's honest about his depravity. Like, I'm confused. I'm confused. Because literally a man said on the panel and literally said black men are not going to change. We just had a discussion where they said black men are not going to change. Why are we talking about potential? They said they're not going to change. There is no potential. There's no potential for them to give you what you want. If they're sitting up on panels saying, if you want a black man, you're going to have to take a broke black man. If they're not talking about building, they're not talking about providing, these are not the men that you would be rating high. They should all go in the F category as far as I'm concerned.
Look, I'm glad you said it and not me, because I was getting very confused. I was all kinds of confused up here with these ratings. I agree with what me being up here is ridiculous. I agree with one person. I mean, everyone on F, I agree with F, essentially. The only other person I agree with is Impossible. That is it.
Yeah, I agree with Impossible too. I agreed with some of what Jonathan said. I don't know why in any scenario Jonathan would be rated lower than Stan or Malik. I don't understand it. I don't. Why is Ruslan been rated a C and Stan was a C?
Yeah, initially.
Ruslan is at least providing for his wife. Like, I don't get it. I don't get it. He's at least providing for his wife. He at least believes that you should be the leader and the provider. What?
Look, I was gonna wait until after the to decompress, but I mean, if we are shifting gears now, might as well. I'm very much confused. I actually expected some of this to happen, but like, I'm kind of confused. I'm all the way confused about Obi, Ruslan, Stan, Malik, and Jonathan. Yeah, everyone in this middle, I'm confused about. Everything else I'm good with. Everything here I'm confused about right here. Yeah. That's my confusion right there.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm not really trying to insult anybody, but I feel like the majority of these ladies who rated these men would end up being single mothers with no providers or protectors, and you will be getting gaslit.
1 second. Let's say Orange Pill says, so can I get higher ranking since I provide for my wife? You do not provide for your wife. Your wife works overnight. Are we in the same world? Did you forget that you told us your wife couldn't come on because your wife is working overnight? Did we forget this? I didn't forget. I did not forget. No, you do not move up because you don't provide for your wife. Sorry, go ahead, Sin. I had to respond to Orange Pill. Absolutely not. You're not playing these games with it. No.
But I just feel like, because this is lighthearted, but I think it's serious, but it was lighthearted. And what concerns me is that even going back to my first, which is biggest issue, and I think that it's not just with the ladies on this panel, it's with Black women in general. I really think Black women are not attaching certain mentalities to certain outcomes. I don't think they're doing that, because I can already tell you, Malik has no issue leaving a woman a single mother, and neither does Stan. Neither one of them does. Neither one. Stan literally believes that you should get permission from a man before you can even give birth. Why is he not in the F category? If a man doesn't believe in building and wealth, he should be in the F category, because these are the issues that we have. We have a high rate of abuse, single motherhood, lack of marriage, and the men who were rated as a C, none of them believe in marriage. They all believe you choose to be a single mother, and they don't want to provide for you. They don't want to. So why are we acting like why are we not acknowledging what these males are saying? Unless we think they're playing. Do you think they're coming up here and playing and telling you that they believe you're choosing to be a single mother? Like, there has to be something in Black women that's not taking Black men serious in what they say. It's like you're choosing to not believe them. You're choosing to believe what you think they're going to be. These men already said they're not changing. There is no potential. They're not going to change. Why are we talking about, oh, if he did, he just have some more work to do? He's not going to do the work. To him, there's no work. So why is the potential coming into here when they're being very honest? Because the one thing that I do agree with, and I think it was a Free said it, she said that he was very honest, and he was very honest. He was very honestly displaying his depraved mentality. He was doing that. He was honestly showing his problematic pathology. And we put him in the C category, though. I don't get it. I don't get it. Except Black male worship and still wanting to give Black men the benefit of the doubt. And I'm not saying you shouldn't give some of them the benefit of the doubt. Yeah, give the ones the benefit of the doubt who are showing that they deserve it. Like, even because even with Obi, for example, he doesn't possess all of the characteristics, but I would give him the benefit of the doubt before I gave it to Stan or Jonathan or Malik. I would give him the benefit of the doubt. He's the one where you could say if you do a little bit more work, because he's shown in his mindset that he believes in doing personal work. He believes men should live up to a certain standard. Stan don't believe that. Malik cried the entire time. Like, Malik cries. Malik's not even emotionally stable enough to where he should be in the C category. Any man who cannot contain his emotions like that is probably going to pop off and hit you the minute that you get him riled up. I'm just, yeah.
There are two things, right? The first is I wanted it to first be a game-ish, and then at the end, debrief. But I'm in agreement with you. And the reason I'm in agreement with you is because of this right here. The Obi, Ruslan, Stan, Malik, and Jonathan. I am very much confused. But it also highlights something about vetting. And the thing about vetting is apparently we can't do it as a general public population, whatever. The issue to that is I thought this was kind of easy. I thought this was like the easy weeding out process, but apparently it's not. So I'm not sure how we expect people to vet other people who are harder to figure out when we can't do it on here. Because I think it's quite obvious, but I could be wrong also. I think it's very obvious.
You can't vet. How can you vet if you don't know how to attach certain mindsets to certain behaviors? Because that's essentially what they're telling you to do. Predict his future behavior based on his mentality. That's kind of maybe what they're telling you to do. But you can't do that if you don't even, if you can't see how certain belief systems and mentalities will result in certain behaviors and outcomes, then you can't vet. And based on what this showed is that Black women don't know how to do that. Black women don't know how to say, okay, if a man is telling me that he doesn't want a woman who owns a home, then it's likely that he doesn't value wealth accumulation, or he doesn't understand how to accumulate wealth. So you couldn't really build with a man, in my opinion, who doesn't value home ownership. How do you build wealth with him? He doesn't even understand the value of it. So I think that I think I'm gonna do a live stream on if he thinks like this is what he's going to do. That's what I'm gonna do. Yeah. If this is his mindset, chances are this is gonna be the outcome. Because yeah, that's what profilers do, by the way.
You have to go through.
Profilers can't vet. Profilers can't even vet. That's why they do the profile after the behavior, because you can't vet. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do it because this. But we're not taught. We're not taught this when it applies to Black men. We're not taught this when it applies to Black men. Black women are going out here blind.
And I saw LB's comment, and I think this might be part of it too. It is a scarcity thing. So if you're thinking about dating in the Black community, then you're probably going to do all kinds of sort of mental acrobatics to get a person who might not be good to seem good in your mind because there's so few. You know what I mean? And I didn't really think about how scarcity impacts decision making in terms of how, if we're talking about vetting, what that will mean ultimately when you're deciding who to date, right? Like, if you don't think there is enough, you're going to do all kinds of mental gymnastics to make this one person in front of you be a good person, a good man.
You'll do that if it's only scarcity if you're restricting yourself to Black men.
Yes.
Then yeah, you're in a scarce situation, which to me then that's Black male worship, and it's really not beneficial to Black women. And the reason I'm so against it is because, again, I'll say it and I've said it before, I was a Black man worshiper. I was one. I've made the mistakes. I haven't always operated from standards, boundaries, or expectations. I didn't have them. No one taught me them. I had to learn by trial and error, and it was a painful process. It really was, because I genuinely believed what was told to me, that I was going to find a knight in shining armor. No, that's not what I found. I found lies, deceitfulness, cheating, verbal abuse. I found a lot of what I was not prepared to find. And if we don't start as Black women being able to identify certain mentalities and attach them to certain behaviors and subsequent outcomes, we're going to keep going around in circle. We really are. Like, based on this, I would say we don't have a clue as to how to find good, decent men. And my concern is, even with divesting, if you take that same mentality over to another group of men, don't think that you're not going to get the same results. You are. You will get the same results because you don't know how to tell the difference between a man who is going to abuse you and a man who's going to build with you. And that's a problem.
Yeah. Thank you, Cynthia. I'm in full agreement. Nika Bubbles, I'm assuming you came, Mr. Whitty, to dispute your position.
Well, I came on because I saw the yes, not necessarily to dispute my position, but I suppose just like the last call, I think Orange Pill, to get clarity on my position. I just would, I think, I know you said you'd like to do it as a kind of game or such, but I would like to just kind of know what you would necessarily say more specifically is what makes me an F. I think it'd be really interesting just to know generally what you think makes me an F, because when I came in very late to the live, so I went back and I saw that you were showing the clip of when I mentioned, or I said that Amber Rose was Black and we disagreed. And then Concern said that she, I don't know, whatever. I mean, I guess me and Jaren end up in the same thing, but that at least he had friends and a job. So I guess I just, I was trying to get clarity on people with friends and a job, or what exactly is this experiment that you're running that my name popped up in.
Oh, are you opposed to having your name here?
Oh, I mean, I think it's quite flattering. I'm not necessarily a big member, but you know, I'm not opposed to people utilizing their own freedom of speech. So
All right, so you're not opposed to being there. All right. So what you're saying, you want to understand why you're an F?
Correct.
From my perspective, or what I think the chat is.
Well, I heard what the explanations were, and they didn't necessarily sound anything. So I guess you could do both or your own, whatever you'd like.
So from my perspective, it seems like you have not mastered emotional outbursts. And so when you are upset about something, instead of calmly explaining it, you go off, you leave nasty comments, you curse people out essentially. And I think that just makes you in my reality, that puts someone in the EF category. But I mean, that's how I would rank it. Lack of emotional regulation, I think, is a big no-no in my realm. So that's why I would put you at an F.
Okay. And specifically to lack of emotional regulation, I find that to be very interesting, and just the development of these conversations to be interesting on a broader point, because I think, if anything, most of the consternation that we've ever had has been from me voicing opinions that I find to be quite prevalent on the channel now that were maybe not necessarily voiced before. And I could understand maybe in building the channel having a more direct voice. But you have more explicitly said now that it's not necessarily that you disagree with a lot of those statements, but rather that you would prefer that a woman, or if you'd rather have women callers say the criticism of women. You don't want to have your platform be a place for men to make those criticisms, and
No, I
not
mean,
having.
I've specifically said I don't want this platform to be where men get to bash women. So
Correct.
when men are talking, we're talking to each other and about each other. But when women are talking, they can talk about themselves and whatever. But I want it to be one where we can speak without bashing women. Yes, I did say that.
No, correct. And but I was saying more specifically that you had sort of later, I think, better articulated um the sort of grounds that you wanted the conversations to have, I think, later, which is why I kind of more watched and participate, because I think when we were having many of the things that led to me, yes, being, you know, I'm a passionate person. I would never I apologize, and that I leave that as it is. But I think I most specifically I don't like the way that the internet likes to use like clickbait type moments. I think of a moment that feels like you get pinned into something, and
I mean, to be
as
fair, you can say that about the internet. I have decided no longer to be deleting my live streams, even though I did offer that to Orange Pill. But when there is a clickbait moment, or where I got a got you moment, or where I feel like I've embarrassed someone or they've embarrassed themselves, usually I remove those live streams, not even for members. So like you can say that about the internet, and you can even try to aim that at me, but I know my position and how desperately I've been paternalistic with people and what they share on this platform. I've decided not to anymore, but at least for when you were on, I will literally ask, hey, this looks bad. Do you want me to take it down? And people will say no. So I don't engage in the quote unquote clickbait culture. My thumbnails might be a bit outrageous, but probably
no,
not.
I don't mean by your thumbnail. I personally have never been asked whether or not I felt a conversation I had on the channel was one that I would
I've
like to
asked
have
you that.
privated.
I've asked you and you've said yes.
That I wanted to have privated?
You that to remove one or something that you said on here. I
Oh no,
have.
I've never told you to private anything. That's why I've never. That's why I
You've
assumed you
told me
never
that
asked
you
me.
did not want that one to be public. You've said this before.
Oh well, that's neither here nor. But specifically to the conversations, I think knowing now more specifically how you would like to organize your debates, um, places things in a better place to have the kind of conversations that you're having, because I've always felt, and what most specifically made me have like problems with you at the time when we did have problems, which you might say is what you place P in the category as an F as, is that I actually agreed with. I've never felt like I disagreed with very much of anything on the channel. um it was, I literally joined after seeing you on Kim's live one time. And then I joined, and there was a live you were doing, and Jaren was on there. And I didn't agree with anything he was saying, but I was really enjoying the fact that it was a conversation amongst people who were disagreeing, and it seemed to be going really well. And then once I started feeling like I couldn't say things that other people were in disagreement with, without being attacked, then I felt, well, it's sort of, I guess it was me necessarily emotionally responding to my disappointment with where I felt like things necessarily had to devolve to. And I obviously take, responsibility for that. But in terms of, I think the things that make any individual a good person, I just think it's not necessarily good form to use any one individual thing to characterize someone on a scale of 0 to 100, and zero is the base for XYZ person for ABC issue. I think the nuance is missing, which is why a lot of the people who I just casually had noticed just before I came on, you were saying that it seems like people are not really choosing specifically, because I noticed that everyone agrees with Obi on this chat, but a lot of other people who I think, if I ever talked that way, or if I seemed like I was, not understanding, quote unquote, for so long, I've never even been allowed to not understand or to have disagreement in such a way. So I do think that the way that representation in the community, people and definitely the Black community gravitates to a certain type of representation, and that's what allows certain negative behavior to foster, because certain types of performance of masculinity are definitely more desired, whether or not they're saying crazy things. So
Yeah.
I guess I'll leave it there.
No, yeah. Obviously, this is not a final ranking. We'll do a check-in every so often to the extent where people are still interested. But I just, when you say you didn't like the way it was happening and then you reacted that way, I can appreciate you owning this. And I think that's part of what people are saying. Someone said you left a comment saying, you all need to stop listening to CMS, come listen to a real attorney somewhere else, blah, blah, blah. Which I don't know why they send that to me, because I don't actually care. And I think you should promote your family and whomever is doing whatever. So on that note, I can appreciate you coming back and saying, look, I don't like the ranking. I don't think I should be in an F, but here's why these things happen. And I mean, you're obviously welcome here, and your voice is welcome to the extent you want to participate. You can.
Well, and what I was saying is because I agree with, like I said, 99.9% of what the chat feels on things. I enjoy a little devil's advocate debate with people that I don't know, because that's, with people that you don't know, why not just, oh well, push boundaries of other people's thought. But I think very quite personally, I never before the pandemic was ever online in any kind of capacity, in any chat room before this, in any kind of real genuine way. This is probably the first, like, because other people's pages that I do follow quite heavily, they don't have live chats as a part of their page. So it's more just, I watch and I comment. So I really didn't, recognize like the way that the ranker could get. And like, I mean, it's interesting because I definitely know that as a lawyer, I feel like that's your forte, is that it is professionally your job to be able to have quite heightened debate, and to maintain, whatever throughout the debate. And for me, I feel like that's definitely a skill across different things. But I think I utilize that so much, and I have to utilize that so much in a professional setting, corporate setting, which is where I reside with my job and my business that I own concerned, just in case you're concerned with my finances. And so, having to utilize that in those spaces, I do think that sometimes there there is a lack of a space that exists, for people. Like I really genuinely enjoyed some of the guys that you had on that sound crazy, but you really engage with them. And I felt like that's something you wouldn't have done really maybe earlier on or so. And so like I just have a lot of experience in my life growing up in the ghetto with guys who, a lot of people wrote off in a lot of ways. And I always felt like it was society writing them off too early that contributed to a lot of their demise. And as I hate to be, like I never like to be seen as a model minority or a model, whatever, just because I've done well in life and because I did make good choices even in negative situations. I still made good choices. I always I just had a very Christian, upbringing that I don't necessarily think that that makes me better than other people. So I always try to look towards them what the solution is rather than condemning them because I just feel like I can't necessarily be the person to judge others so holistically. Obviously, the negativities are apparent, but I think it's more of the holistic write-off that for me are difficult to to tackle with, because I've also known like because I grew up in foster care. I am the anomaly. I have
Nika,
all the problem
may I,
things.
Nika, may I interrupt real quick? I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
I have no idea what is what this is related to, and I don't mean this to be insulting, but I did want to point out something that you. What's that?
I'm sorry. Is there something in your background?
Sorry,
Do you
that
want to
was
come back
Orange Bill.
after?
No, that was Orange Bill. Go ahead.
So, Nika, I heard you express issue with the way you were represented. I did pick the clips for this live stream. The reason I picked the clips to represent you that I did is because I wanted a good representation of what I feel your presence here is. Like you said, typically you come up for devil's advocate, otherwise you stay in the chat. There's a type of gaslighting sometimes during the conversation where I feel like you go back on what you said or you say you didn't say it or whatever. And then there's this type of someone said filibustering where I legitimately, and I do not mean this to insult you, I have
You
no
said that
idea.
twice now. You can just say what you're gonna say.
Yeah, I have no idea how the conversation got here, which
Okay.
maybe it's me, and I will rewatch after this live is over to see, but I'm kind of lost here. So if my recommendation for improvement would be to take notes on what you might want to convey when you come up here, which I do, because otherwise I will have no idea. I'll be all over the place talking in circles because my mind just doesn't work well. And for your presence to be, if you're saying I generally agree, I would come up and make your agreement known. I come up here and coddle black men all the time, but hopefully the chat understands that I have a position generally that's different from the men who I come up to represent. If the chat does not have that type of vibe from you, then I would recommend coming up to make your agreements known more so that you don't get this kind of, oh, you just come up to argue or something like that.
Thank you, thank you. I mean, respectfully, I had been most of my engagement on the channel, I think in terms of live streams, was before I think you had much engagement. So I I'm not very familiar with you. However, the clip about Amber Rose, I don't know what that has to do with anything, because I've actually been a part of quite a number of substantive conversations on here. But
The problem
even
with the Amber Rose thing, not to
I'm
cut you
sorry,
off,
Cynthia,
is
can I
that you
just
were
finish my point?
using a non-black woman to condemn black women. That's the only issue with Amber Rose. She is not black, and she has denounced being black multiple different times.
Nika, wait, Mr. Whitty.
You have me muted.
You're,
Oh no, am I unmuted or what's going on? Can I speak?
Yeah.
Okay. I came on to say what I wanted to say. I may have I definitely did begin to ramble a little bit towards the end there because I had already made my point. If there was any other questions that you need to ask me, I don't need to stay on for longer. So if that's why, maybe that's why you were confused as to where I was going, because I wasn't going anywhere. I was just continuing to chit chat. I'm sorry if that was uncomfortable for you. However, yeah, continuing to enjoy the parts that I enjoy, and it's life. I'm not expecting to enjoy 100% of anything. So I
Yeah,
hope.
that's great. Thank you so much. I'll let the chat know. Drop a 1 if you want to re-vote on Mr. Witty
No,
based on
no,
the.
please don't. No, don't
Oh,
revote.
all right.
It's okay. It's
All
okay.
right,
I
well, good.
because
Thank you.
I know just to the point of coming up and making it known for a good amount of time. And this is where I think things do get lost in translation. I know you hear me say the internet, but Themis did very specifically quite a lot of times say, I want people to come on that disagree with me, or I want, these
Yeah,
men
but
to
wait,
come
wait,
on
wait.
for da
But
da da.
disagreement does not mean playing devil's advocate. The devil
No,
don't
no,
need an
no, no,
advocate.
exactly, no. But he said to come on and say if I did agree, that I should come on and be more vocal about how much I agree. And I specifically don't like have any interest, like when the incel guys come on, I don't have any interest in like coming on and like being the counterpoint to them, because I feel like there's more than enough people who do that very well here. So like it's more interesting to just be in the chat and watch people, talk about them or whatever. But it's not like I've had this issue once before where just as a by and by, where someone tried to say based on like looking at my social media, because I hadn't posted about some Black Lives Matter things that happened. They were like, "Oh well, I can already see you're not one of us because you don't have any postings about this," and it's like, um, that's just because I don't come on and debate the incels doesn't mean that I'm in agreement with them. It's just because I feel like their points are so dumb. I think it's valiant to even engage with them. So
Oh, so
to that end,
you take the elitist approach like Jonathan, who is now here. You
exactly.
don't.
That's how I am. So
Period. All right.
period.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nika.
Bye.
Have a good one. Jonathan, wait, I don't even know where to go from here. Omega, you're.
Jonathan could go first. He was here.
Yeah, no. But before I go to Jonathan, I wanted to let you know that I did remove you from the list to be ranked because I couldn't find a clip. Well, Prince Petty could not find a clip with you.
You could have clicked with me. That's what you said.
No, because we could not find a clip of you on here, so you were not going to be ranked.
Oh, okay.
Wait, were you here to oppose your ranking?
Oh, no. I just wanted to say I wanted to let you know I'm a big fan of, especially Cynthia G. I'm a follower of her. And to how do you say your name? Sorry, yeah.
No, you're fine. You're fine. You can just say T and T.
T. How about that? TT.
Yeah. Sure.
T and T. Okay, cool. Yeah, just a big fan of yours, and I guess just at this point, it's with that being said, just want to let you know I'm a big fan of you guys, and keep up the good work, and hopefully I can link up with you on another topic then, and let you continue on with the show.
Thank you. I'm here on Tuesdays and Fridays at 6 p.m. generally Eastern Standard Time. So whenever you feel like it, just hop on.
Okay, cool. But yeah, good meeting y'all. But yeah,
have a good one. All right, John. Wait, let's go to
Can I say something really quickly, because I actually have to jump off. I have someone coming over on their way now, but I wanted to say this to Black women based on the scarcity thing, because I do understand that's a real life thing, and I do recognize that most Black women really want a safe space to complain about Black men, but they're not ready to walk away. So if that is the case, then you need to make Black men compete. You're not doing yourself any favors. You're not doing him any favors by giving him unrestricted access to you. Competition makes people better. There is a reason why you don't watch sports teams where they're just kind of playing the ball. You see them competing against other people. And the reason they're going to go and train is because they don't want to get replaced by somebody better than them. So if Black men in their mind is that you're not going anywhere, they're not going to change. You need to make them compete. They will never be men if you don't make them compete. It's just that simple.
Thank you, Cynthia. Hopefully you have fun with your visitor. I wish you were here for the end when we wrap up, but I think you essentially covered most of that already. So I really do appreciate your time and input.
Definitely. And thanks for having me, because I definitely care a lot about Black women. I want Black women to get the type of men that we deserve. And I also know that a lot of Black women aren't ready for that, but I think we'll get there for the ones who are supposed to. And you're doing a lot to help. So thank you. I wouldn't even be over here if I hadn't watched nearly all your content before I did. And so that you have a genuine interest in helping. And I think a lot of Black women see that too.
I appreciate that. And you know, I'm a fan over there. So
I definitely am too, for sure. I'm team Teamus. So, let's not get that twisted. I'm team Teamus.
I don't agree with Cynthia G. Where is Stan? No, let me not do that right now.
I know. I kind of actually wanted Stan to come on here.
Stan is going to drag all of y'all for putting anything less than an S. Thank you, though. Have a good night.
I'll still be listening and super chatting, but I'm about to jump in the shower, so
all right.
I'll be in the comment section.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, Orange Pill's wife. Hello? You're muted.
Hello?
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 Can you hear us?
Hello, yes.
Is Orange Pill there?
Yeah.
Do you have a name that you want us to call you by? Not your real name, obviously.
Yeah, obviously. No. Anonymous.
I cannot hear you.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you better now.
Okay. You call me Ajax.
Ajax?
Yeah.
All right. Welcome, Ajax. So we were saying you did not exist.
Oh. Okay.
I'm assuming Orange Pill is there beside you.
Mm-hmm.
That's not going to be great. So Orange Pill has been on here talking all kinds of stuff. Were you homeless before you guys got married?
No. My headphones.
Huh?
No.
So you weren't homeless. Does he provide for you? Is he like a great provider?
Honestly, I'm just on here to say I exist.
Huh?
Honestly, I'm just on here to say I exist. I'm his wife. I exist.
Oh, I didn't hear you. Sorry. I can't hear a word. I'm so sorry.
Should I talk to you? Yeah. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I'm just here to say I'm here. I exist. I'm his wife. Yeah.
Oh, you're just here to say you're his wife, nothing else?
No, this really doesn't interest me. So I'm just here to say, I'm his wife. I'm here.
All right. Well, all right. Well, I thought we were going to have a conversation, but it's fine. No, that's fine. You don't have to.
No, I wasn't.
Oh, all right. Thank you so much for being here. Bye.
Bye.
Go ahead, Jonathan.
Yes, sir.
All right. They were dragging you. What was happening?
I actually didn't get to see it, so I wanted to maybe drop in for a second and see why I was an E.
What?
I think it had something to do with me saying pull up a chair to Morehouse. I think that was a pretty...
You said for the women to pull up a chair to a nursing home to find a good man, I believe, or something like that. A nursing school.
I said to Morehouse. I said to the medical school or the law school at Morehouse. Because it's all Black men. You know they're going to be successful.
What is wrong about that? I don't get why that's so off. And I had one woman say, "Oh, we've already been doing that." We'll do more of it, because I see a lot of single men in those establishments, and I see a lot of men that do not have children, are not married, and are waiting for women. So you're not doing enough of it. And before you talk about it, make the outreach to those men first. Don't just talk about it or just say why it wouldn't work.
You also said that women, I guess men cannot control who they have sex with or something along that line, but it's been several months. I don't know if you remember that.
I said women, and this is the most true statement I think I've ever heard, and this came from Kevin Samuels. This is the most true statement I've ever heard. Men control relationships, women control sex, man. It's just true. I'm sorry, Petty. I'm sorry, Petty. It's just true. And I believe it, and nobody has given me a good argument against it yet for me to turn against it.
I thought we had that conversation, didn't we?
We did, and I still walked away from it believing in what I do. I still believe that men control relationships.
So men control marriages, you said.
Marriage and relationships, meaning we are the guardians of marriage and relationships, and women are the guardians of sex and reproduction. We cannot reproduce.
Period. No, I'm here for this. Great. So what does that mean? When you say women control sex, what does that mean?
It means there is a responsibility, a God-given responsibility. And I think there is I don't know what word it is, but maybe a price that women are innately going to have to pay because of that. And it's a hard place to live up to, because it's such a big burden to hold. Because
wait. So there is a consequence to women who engage in sexual behavior, you're saying?
Yes, there's a big consequence. 9 months.
That's fine. But when you say 9 months of pregnancy, all right. But when you say women control sex, that's very different than they control pregnancy.
Access to sex, and I've always said they control access.
Yeah, that's what I wanted you to say.
Yeah.
So wait. So women control access to sex.
Yes.
Not men.
Well, and then you actually gave me, and this is where I will actually submit that you gave me a good point, that when I'm talking to men, I'll say the same thing, that you control your bodies as well. Of course, no woman is going to be able to come up in you, but men do not have the burden of 9 months of pregnancy. So it's a different conversation.
Okay, so
talking about sex with men, and the consequences, sex with women, and the consequences.
But that's not saying they control sex, though. That's a different argument, saying that you have to be responsible for a parasite growing.
Well, the burden is higher. Yeah, the burden is higher for women, meaning that they must be more selective in who they choose than men. It's inherent in our bodies and our physiology on why this is true.
Yeah, so that's at least you will concede that women don't control sex. Then both parties, unless it's RAPE, have to consent to have get in the conduct. So we can do away with that argument. When you say men control marriage, what do you mean?
Meaning, like I said, there's a inherent physiology to the way things work. Women want relationships. Women want long-term outcomes out of men. They want commitment. They want to know that their children are going to be taken care of. And men are on the other side of this equation. So we have the option to say yes or no on whether we want to stay or whether we do not want to stay. And you see this.
Wait. So I'm confused. Don't women have that option too?
Yes and no. I mean,
wait. So if yes and no, can you just walk up to a random woman and say, let's get married? And they have to say yes.
No. Themis.
So women control whether or not they want to get married too.
Yes, absolutely. And this is where I said, who you're talking to also matters, because if we're having a conversation with women, you can say that. If we're having a conversation with men, but as a general rule, I think it's good to understand that if you want to get married and you want to have children, you're going to have to find a man who wants to get married. You're gonna have to find a man. You know, you're gonna have to find a woman who wants to have children. I think this is a healthy way to look at it. There's a lot of men out there who are scared of commitment. So, you know, it's something that is important. I don't see that many women out there that are afraid to commit or aren't looking for relationships. I see an abundance of women out there looking for relationships and commitment.
I mean, yeah, you can. They can be a lot. Thank you, Cindy. But there can be a lot of women out there looking for relationship. Wait. It doesn't mean any random man is going to get them. Like you can be looking for a relationship, but it doesn't mean because you're looking, everyone has to be there.
I agree.
All right. So can we just dead the argument? Can you at least concede that, okay, I should change that perspective then? You don't have to do it now, but like, can you just like admit that?
I'll admit that you gave me some good points that I can add to it, but I really do believe the essence of that, and we can all see that in our lives today. That's why everybody listening knows what I'm saying. They can understand the basis of what I'm saying. And I mean, I understand what you're saying, but the essence, I still believe.
Yeah, and that's fine. I don't think I can respect that you're like, okay, I see your logic, but there is some essence that rings true. And that's not me being petty or anything. I actually do. I can accept that. Separately, before we continue, I want to speak to you about community building. My mom reminded me of, she listened to our discussion and she was talking about some perspective about people with wealth and money and how they either look up or down at people with or without money. And I actually think it would be a very interesting conversation if you're willing to sort of be honest, like you were, and talk about the Black community, the sort of lack of wealth there, what you think should be done, and why you might not engage in the kind of development towards Black men specifically, because you think a lot of them don't care to develop. I'm very interested in that conversation with you, if you would like, at some point, not tonight.
Yeah, I was gonna say I might write some things down, maybe take some notes. But it would be an interesting conversation if I could, you know, really take some time to gather some things. But those are the conversations that, you know, need to happen. So I think you're heading in the right direction with that, Themis.
All right. Well, I'm looking forward to that. Please email me, message me on Instagram, and we'll set that up, because I do actually. I've never wanted to speak to someone more because you remind me of some people that I grew up with, and I don't have the capacity to reach out to them. So I'm going to use you as a sort of way to figure out how they think or they're thinking.
Perfect. Could I email you? Would that be possible?
You can email. Do you have my email?
I don't.
You can do Instagram. My Instagram is there.
Okay. All right.
It's flashing across the screen. All right.
Okay.
Patty, were you done with this with Jonathan? Jonathan, are you okay with your ranking?
Yeah, I was just wondering why. I don't want to be too much time. I know people get annoyed.
Well, Jonathan, I would encourage you to work a little harder on yourself, and then maybe you can get maybe up to like a D or a C. If you do a little more self-improvement, I feel like it would be definitely possible. And that's not a drag or a slight at you.
And no, I didn't take it as a drag, man. I'm gonna do that.
And I like that you said you were gonna take notes. I would even move you up to maybe like a high E for that. Just that alone, you said you were gonna take notes before coming back up. So I do appreciate the thought you put into it.
Yeah. Thank you, Petty.
Don't thank Petty. All you need to do is drag Petty and give him advice on how to be better. Absolutely don't thank him.
No, I think Petty is, honestly, I think he's one of these internet trolls, so I don't take him too seriously. So if he ever had a real conversation or came to the, you know, table with something real, I would engage, but he doesn't seem like a serious character.
Gotcha. All right. Thank you so much, Jonathan. And I look forward to hearing from you so we can set this up.
All right. Perfect, man.
All right. Bye. All right, soft and wet. You haven't been ranked yet, so I'm confused. Are you here to debate where you're gonna go before you get ranked?
No, I just came up to talk.
All right, well, we'll talk in a moment. Mr. Rucker, do you want to debate where you are?
No, I don't want to debate. I really like the F. I actually wear it as a badge of honor.
Oh, that's nice. All right. So thank you both. Soft and wet, you can come back, but I want you to come back after you've been ranked because I don't want you to bias the judging.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate that. And Mr. Rucker, you said you were fine?
Yes, I am.
All right. Thank you. Wait, did you have something to say?
Yes, I can probably guess why I'm an F. It's probably has to do with my points of views with roles, and it's very traditional. So at this time
I don't think that's true.
What do you think it is?
A lot of the women, no. A lot of the women like traditional, actually. I think for you, based on what was told, was that why is my humidifier doing this? That you were playing down sort of what happens to women, DV, and that it was half their fault. So, I mean, I think women were thinking that you were a bad person because you were saying DV was their problem and their fault. I mean, I think that essentially would cover why.
Yeah, and that has to go back to vetting. I was talking about, like, if you saw red flags, you may have had a chance to prevent that.
And that's what I think the women are trying to vet now. That's and because you said that they said you were not a good guy and they probably should stay clear of you. I mean, that's their opinion. But if you want to appeal, you said you don't want to appeal to them, so we can move on if you'd like. But do you have any more questions? All right, thank you. All right, so we need. Oh, there's some women in the back. Let me add you guys to do it. So Lolly and Bon. All right, Lolly, you go first. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Pick a name.
Themis, that's correct.
All right, choose a name.
Themis, I would like to nominate Silent Night for chairman of the E Committee.
The E I like how you said that. Why?
Themis, I have my brief prepared, Themis. So I recall when watching Silent Night, we basically saw him do an alphabetical descent in which he presented himself as an S, but slowly descended through the alphabet, gaslighting, passive aggression, continually referencing high value man, and then saying that his integrity depended on the audience, put him for the committee. But for chairman of the E Committee, it was ironic in that he kept rooting himself against Pookie and Ray Ray, but he is indeed Pookie and Ray Ray, in my humble opinion.
Not in my humble opinion. I'm going to add LB to, do you agree? Silent Night at E.
Honestly, I'm going to be real. I don't really remember Silent Night. Like, I recognize the name, but remember nothing about him. But that says that he should probably be in whatever the lowest category is. Because he was on.
If I recall, he was the one who also questioned Deanne on the Bible, and there was some debate there too.
Yeah, let me find the clip for Silent Night, and then we can watch. All right, Silent Night. Here we go.
Give some grace as to where I'm coming from with this answer. I would argue that that guys like Hafiz, guys like Kevin, I don't even want to use these names specifically, but that there is something out there that these men are responding to, that there is something that exists. That
No. Nope, absolutely not. It is not. No, I have done this research. I have been through this. Women were not the one to first publicly come out and shame black men. Even today, women are responding. The responding is not happening on the man's end. It is the women who are responding to this. It is the women who are responding to the.
think you remember him now,
I
right?
remember him. Yeah, when I saw him, I remembered him.
The only reason
Wait. Please play all of the clip. These are these are hours long clip. These are not like you can play all the clips. I promise you can. But go ahead. But the part that was cut out is like 3 seconds left.
F.
Wait, F?
F.
Yeah, the only thing that made him not an F for me is I felt like Mr. Howell 2-man would punch me if he got too upset. And although Silent Night is problematic, I don't feel like he would physically harm me if he ever got super upset.
So I like, in response to that, the reason that he's an F is because he seems to be verbally and emotionally abusive, probably mentally as well if you have a relationship with him or if you're in close proximity to him on a regular basis. So I would say that all types of harm, all types of abuse are worth putting somebody in an F category because nobody should be in an abusive relationship. Nobody deserves to be abused physically, emotionally, mentally, spiritually, any kind of way. So he's an F for me. And that's nothing against you. It's all against him. That's how I feel.
Right.
Just if he was an E.
Does the chat agree? Does the chat want him to be an F? All right, y'all are not playing.
I feel like if he was an E, he could be chairman of the committee, whereas if he's an F, he's amongst equals, so the E might be more distinguished for him.
All right, let's put him at a high F. All right, thank you.
Is that an E or F plus?
Girl, we give him an F plus. Actually, Albie, I'm going to put you in the back and put Bon back because Bon was supposed to be in. I think she got removed. Sorry, Bon, you won't get to vote on this, but who do you want to move?
Who do I want to move? So I don't know most of these people, unfortunately, but I am very curious about what clips Prince Petty put for himself.
Actually, let's do that. Let's go see what Prince Petty put for himself after trying to drag everyone else, including me. Prince Petty, are you at the top? Yeah. All right, let's do this one.
Good evening.
Good evening. Oh, there is a male on the line, period. Wait, before you go. Was that it? You play.
Oh, I think that was my first appearance. That wasn't supposed to be up there.
Yeah, you play too much. Absolutely not. Let's do another.
So I don't know if you covered this already, since I was pretty late to get on the live, but I don't know if you talked about kind of the public reaction to the situation going on. And what it reminded me of was, I think the first video that actually got me onto your channel, you were talking about a lead attorney video where the black man went on Facebook Live and he unalived his ex-wife and his ex-girlfriend. And what I noticed about the public reaction with that is kind of what I'm noticing here, where people were defending this man and they were glossing over any mental illness he had. They were glossing over any wrongdoing he did to demonize the women instead. And I kind of found people were doing that with Kanye. I don't think people realize how scary it is for, I don't know if he's a narcissist. I do know that he has mental illnesses. For this man to be saying, hey, I'm gonna move in the house across the street from you and you can't escape me now because you're trying to say I'm a danger to you and my kids. Well, now you can't leave. And I think about someone like my mom or my sister or even my daughter going through that, and the way that people gloss over that to instead talk about the TikTok or Kim's past or whatever. And I've seen them do it with Bill Cosby, with R. Kelly, the way that we just, black men in particular, just sweep this bad behavior under the rug and try to justify.
Prince Petty's playing game. Prince Petty's playing in our faces. But I'm gonna tell you why Prince Petty is playing in our faces. He only puts the videos of himself where he's doing what needs to be done, and that's some foolishness. Here he
It's
goes
equality
again.
difference. The man have dominion over the woman in stuff like financial management, the woman's decision making in her life choices and stuff like that. The woman has dominion over I guess stuff like what to cook for dinner or how to clean the house. So you both have dominion, you know, it's just different, right? Doesn't that sound equal to you, Themis?
Wait. Whoa. Did he just leave? I cannot. It's giving very much. I'm not about to stand in my stuff.
Troll.
No, it doesn't sound equal to me.
So if a man has complete control over your life, but you
If a man
have
has control over a woman and the woman have control over the house, that does not sound equal to me.
it doesn't sound equal to you.
The man have control over the woman. He was strolling, and I didn't pick up fast enough because I didn't know who he was right then. So where do we put Pretty? Bon. Wait, Bon, why is Bon always dropping off? Lolly, you get to rank Petty then.
Thank you for the honor. Petty, based on the evidence provided today.
Wait, no. All right, Bon is back.
Oh,
Sorry.
go for it, Bon.
Oh, me? Okay, so based on that, I still give him an E, just because if you're that recently Manosphere adjacent, because he mentioned in the first clip that he just left the Manosphere based on, I think what that CRNA did. And if you were that recently Manosphere adjacent and you were deep in the Manosphere before that and it didn't give you any red flags, then I can't trust your judgment. But I'm a little bit, maybe I'm harsher grader, but I think I don't know. To me, it's a no. For me, vetting is yes or no, and it would be a no.
All right, so that's probably why you vet, because you just cut people off. All right, Lolly, do you agree?
I would actually, admittedly, I would bump OB to an A. I would bump Ruslan to a B, and then Prince Petty would be a C by comparison. So I would say he passes.
All right, good. You get bumped. No one can get moved until the end. So
then I would consider Prince Petty to be.
So y'all don't care that someone just. Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Bon. Go ahead.
It doesn't matter that someone recently, was in that kind of mindset, that mentality, that rah-rah woman hater mindset. That doesn't factor in.
I would actually say that exhibits strong growth. And I will say Petty has always backtracked whenever he's received new evidence. So I would just take that as an exemplary student. He's improving very quickly. Fingers crossed.
Okay, I see where you're coming from.
All right, so where do you guys? There's between a C and an E for Petty, who made the. I'm laughing at. Oh, Petty. Chat. Where should we go? Put C, D, or E? C, D, or E?
Am I allowed to vote?
No. Wait. Yes. Go ahead. You're not gonna. I'm not gonna consider you. But where would you put you?
I would put me at a solid S. Remember that S stands for exceptional. I do think I'm up there with Obi and who else was up there? Impossible.
You were just missing Impossible. Yes.
All right, so it looks like you are at a C minus based on the chat. You get your chance to appeal. Do you want to appeal? Oh, welcome, Soft and Wet. You get to appeal.
Okay, I'm gonna drop off. Bye.
All right, thank you.
I will not appeal. I will ask where there can be improvement aside from hair.
Oh.
I like your hair, Prince Petty.
Thank you. I just got it done.
Wait, Bon dropped off. I was hoping Bon. Bon, you can come back on. The Petty need explanation, and I want to hear this too. Oh, all right, Petty. This is making me sad, so I'm gonna move on. You tried. You can now revert back to the manosphere. I'm kidding, obviously. All right. Let's do Melinda and Tina.
Hi, can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
Okay. I don't know if anyone ever mentioned Marvel.
Nope.
He was on. Okay, he's the one whose his mother left for 8 months, and then he didn't talk to her.
Yeah.
Does he count?
Yeah,
he doesn't count that. Oh, he's there.
Yeah. Where should I
Okay.
put him?
I'm gonna give him a C, and the reason is the C is like the middle right. I don't see the screen. Because I saw him on another panel, and he was still talking as if he didn't get it yet. So I'm gonna say that.
And you put him at a C.
And C, yeah. I think I said D first. A D. Because also he was kind of wanting Black women to just like get back in line, and with no, it's like he wasn't seeing what he might have done, or how it's just he's wanting things back to normal.
All right.
Yeah. Okay.
Who was that? Melinda?
I was
Tina.
Melinda.
I'm
All right.
Tina.
All right, Tina, what do you agree?
I don't know who she's talking about, but for Prince Petty, I'm gonna say a D plus, C minus, because he's entertaining, but he hadn't made it to janitor 4 yet.
Wait, you don't know who Marvel is?
I haven't listened to Marvel, so I can't speak on him.
No,
his father was. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
He would treat me, how basically how men are, expected to be treated at a young age, and that stuck with me. And whenever I go in the world, I feel bad for a lot of the young kids, today, because mentorship is a very important thing, and unfortunately, it's not as prevalent as it once was when I was growing up. And sometimes, and I thought about what you were saying earlier. Sometimes, children are not going to be willing to listen to you the first time around, whether you be a parent or a guardian or whatever the case may be. But that doesn't mean you give up. And I also seen the way my father took care of my mother and treated my mother. And I'm from the South, and we have a lot of old.
All right, girl. So what say y'all? This woman, the woman nursed him back to health, he said, and he said Black women, he's here to fight for the community. And the reason he's fighting is because Black women will stand by Black men.
That's very sweet. I mean, he gets a solid C.
He didn't give
Poor
a
insight.
reason. He didn't give a. I mean, all right, period. I'm not gonna fight y'all.
Yeah.
Where should I put him? See?
It's a D. A D, because again, was his second time around. He was kind of like, I don't know, just I don't know how to say, like in fantasy about what things weren't. You understand?
No.
I get what you're saying.
Because the second time around, this is what you played, Themis, was his second interaction. And but the first one was he kind of just wanted, his girlfriend left, and it was similar to his mom having left. And I'm really sympathetic about that, but I just felt like he the second time he talked about his mom, it was like, and my dad took care of my mom, and I think someone interrupted, but he was saying, and my mom was happy. I think that's what he was going to say the last panel. So it was just like he just didn't seem to remember the last time he spoke about this, when he really had to be you asked him a lot of questions, and it was really eye-opening.
Yeah. I didn't pick the wrong clip. The clip is there. It's just really long. If I hit continue clip, I can watch more. It's just a long clip. But essentially, this is fine. He said, "Stay with us because we need you." Essentially.
So
nothing about what he could do. Nothing like that.
All right. So where do I put this person? Marvel.
D.
All right. Do you guys agree, Tina?
If I can interject real quick, so I'm a bird watcher, and I was just watching my hummingbirds while I was talking to you, famous, and hummingbirds are something that everybody loves to watch and love to see. But if you look at the mating habits of the hummingbird, the males are trash to the females. And I feel like that's a good representation of the Black community. Like they will dive bomb the females and they'll treat them really bad and they'll abandon them once they lay their eggs and all that other stuff. I feel like that's a good representation of the Black community. So I just feel like that's the category we're in right now. We keep going, just keep the race going, but we're not getting anything else out of it other than more of us. So
Yeah.
I can't say too much, but I was like, he's a C plus according to what we're used to.
I'm not going off that standard. I'm just going to leave him at a D then. Bon, thank you both. Actually, I appreciate that. Bon, Petty said what he should improve on. What should he improve on?
So I think maybe just, I haven't really heard anything concrete that you're doing, and maybe it's because I'm not listening clearly or I haven't heard enough of your real points other than when you're trolling. But the only time I hear you kind of give your opinion is through humor and trolling, so I don't really know what it is that you would actually do within the context of a relationship. So to me, the only thing that I know that's objective and concrete that you've said is that you were recently in the manosphere. So to me, though you seem like a jovial and good guy, and the way that you present the information makes it seem like maybe we align, I haven't heard anything concrete from you other than I used to be in the manosphere. Everything else has kind of just been jokes. So
are you
I
saying
think
that I am a man of no substance and I need some substance about myself?
maybe you have substance, but you're not displaying it.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
You said no mincing of words tonight.
No,
all right.
yes.
Thank you, Bon. AJM and then LB. Yeah,
Oh, actually, I don't need to go. LB can go before me because I called in for a different reason, like not to vote on Petty. Sorry, Petty. No offense. But...
No, not Petty. No, we are gonna. Petty's done. Petty has
okay.
been ranked.
Okay.
So you guys now they need to start measuring this enough.
Can we do?
Go ahead. AJM, pick one.
Obviously, I'm calling in for Chris.
Period.
How could I not? You know what I mean? I'm going to put Chris is a solid A, maybe A minus even. Only because he has big provider energy. He is very doting. He's very loving. Obviously, he's in this space for me. Do you know what I mean? To learn more about me and my community, where I'm coming from. But the only bit that like drops it down is sometimes his comments and his viewpoints are very idealistic, and they don't take into account race or so. You know, I feel like I'm protected, but I am not protected from things that he doesn't understand are problems for Black women specifically. And that can be frightening. So
if it's true,
I'm gonna play some clips from Chris. I don't know what Petty put up here, but Petty has clips from Chris, so I will play them for people who don't know who Chris is. He won.
So I would look at
He won one of the debates. So just letting y'all know this.
Yes. And he loves to like come in. He loves, you know, he put in so much work for that debate. Oh my gosh, he was working on that for like days. So he's very committed to like, yeah, he's a very great man. He would never leave you a person a single mother. Like he loves children. I mean, he raised another person's 4 children for 14 years. and they weren't even, you know what I mean, like married or his children. So and he wanted to get married, so that was the whole thing. So I'm just saying, like, he's a great man. Like, when it comes to being in a relationship with him, he is a phenomenal man. And like, the only reason I would bump him down at all would be because of he just doesn't know. I mean, he is a white man, so he does not know things about the Black community. So that's why he's trying to learn. That's like why he's in these spaces.
He did email and apologize and stuff. So like well, I'm not biasing, but let's go. Let's do this. LB said this is some clips and we can.
So I would look at the evolutionary functions, something like the foundation of a house, that there is something that underpins the house that is universal to all buildings. You need a solid foundation. And that foundation in this example would be things like waist to hip ratios. Whereas
you did not, Betty, you did not do that.
One of his clips are good. One of his clips are bad. This is the bad.
All right.
And this is the one that he wrote you in to Themis apologizing for, because he was not aware about Kevin Samuels. And this is the kind of thing where I'm saying, like, he just doesn't know a lot of stuff that is going on in the Black community. So it's just like, ooh, ouch.
You build up the house, there's other features. There's different floor plans. There's different decorations. And they all build on.
I feel like you're misusing the golden ratio now, but it's fine. It's fine. I'm gonna forgive you. All right. So let's wrap up, because not me not having it. Sorry. That was so wrong.
Yeah, you could hear me in the background like, no. If you go back to that video, you can definitely hear me in the background.
About Black men wanting to be closer to white power, white supremacy. I may not be doing it wrong, but here's the pro tip. Don't insult your own women. I can date out. I have an amazing girlfriend. She's Black. And she's not once heard me ever insult white women or any other women to try to lift her up. It's unnecessary. There's just no point to it. And honestly, my girlfriend has amazing hair. That was the first thing that I noticed about her. And
you can finish your sentence.
Oh, thanks. And but what is really amazing about her is that she is someone that I have to contend with. She does not let me get away with things. She pushes me to be better than I am. And I hope that I do the same for her. And so for me, that's what's way more important. The looks, open the door. She's got pretty privilege. And that's what made her stand out to me. But if the idea is all superficial about looks, and that's what it means to hold white power and white supremacy, you're doing it wrong.
Yeah. I really did appreciate how he spoke about you.
Which is why I had to call in. You know what I mean? Like,
you're calling it to bias the whole voting system to vote for him. I'm kidding.
I had to, though.
LB, do you agree? If you don't agree that he's at an A-, then
No.
You don't? All right, where should he go?
I would say I'm like on the edge of like B- C+. Because even if you don't understand the importance of the golden ratio in the context of Black spaces, still like clinging on to that and perpetuating those types of talking points in general was problematic. And I understand that he has, he's acknowledged it and he's done some work behind the scenes, because I've got an email to like work on that. But I feel like we're too easy to give out passing grades. And to me, like a C is an honorable grade. You know, you're still passing, and like you after you put in your work, you can upgrade to a B or an A or an S.
Yeah, I will only fight for him because, you know, I know based off of what Sinji was saying, based off what Sinji said, that changed my whole rankings of everybody else that I gave rankings to, because I didn't initially know that we were coming in ranking them as like potential mates. And that's the way Sinji was looking at it and saying that we were making mistakes in not looking at it that way. And if we're basing it off of that, then yes, I definitely am like, he's definitely strongly in the A category, because there's no, I don't have to worry outside of that. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's not really, you know.
Then
the chat gets to decide. Wait, the chat gets to decide if it's A, B, or C. Chat, A, B, or C. You guys can make your cases while the chat go.
Can we still downgrade people?
Not people who are already on the bench. Only A, B, or C, because that's the range.
Okay.
All right. I see a lot of B's. All right. I see B's mostly. So I'm going to put him at a B.
And I'm cool with that. Yeah.
Huh?
I said I'm cool with that. B minus. Cool.
All right. LB.
London Link.
Oh, London.
I want to see his clips.
You want it? Let me go check.
Why am I playing with my friend like that? Oh gosh. I'm scared.
I don't know what Petty does do for these people, so I'm very scared to play anything.
Petty, did you set him up?
I only saw him on the channel once, actually, one time.
So do you think? Hold on. Do you think black men are leaders of the community?
What do you mean? What do you mean by that?
Do you think black men are the leaders of the black community?
No.
That's a yes or no.
I don't. No, I don't.
Okay.
Not as it
Fair
stands. No. No, I don't.
Well, even if we don't have the capacity to do it right now, we're still technically are the leaders, and we're just failing at our job. But that's just my opinion. I'm good.
Okay, but,
somebody else.
Yeah,
all right.
I mean, yeah.
Go ahead, London.
So you're saying, Jonathan, are you saying that majority? Because you don't have to help everybody. It just takes the majority. You're saying the majority don't want to be helped.
Honestly, in this society, I would say the majority of people do not want to be helped.
I mean, black men specifically.
I would say the majority of black men do not want to be helped. Yeah, when I look
I
around,
would fundamentally disagree, because even when you think about it, a lot of little black boys join gangs to look for help. Even though that's the wrong way to go, if they had an alternative other than a gang, they wouldn't have to join gangs and they can be better people.
look, this is a free country. You can do the right thing. Nobody's holding you back. We're not in chains. We're as free as we ever been.
But you have to also have the mental capacity to believe it.
No. What y'all are not going to do today is attack Jonathan. Petty came up here, and now Jonathan is cloaked with protection. Even my own pushback, I will not provide, because Petty wants me to cuddle Jonathan. So Jonathan gets. Go ahead, London.
So you're saying, Jonathan.
That's all I had.
All right. So we should. London came on and did some amazing jobs before, so I'm kidding. I'm not. I don't mind. He'll take this well. Where should he go, LB? You're muted.
I'm gonna give him a solid C.
C.
Yes. Because while I do appreciate how hard he goes for what he believes is right. Oh my God, sorry, my voice. But like I appreciate how hard he goes for the things that he feels is right, but he also capes way too hard for men that don't deserve it in the comments. And I'm concerned about his identification with these men that are problematic. Like he seems to have trouble letting them go, even though he knows that they're wrong. And I still care about my friend, but I'm gonna have to give him a solid C. I would give him a C+, but like it's really kind of dragging him down. Now, I will say behind the scenes, I do know that like he works hard and that I think he would be able to be a provider, or that even if he wasn't in the place to provide for the woman that he's with, he would step up to do it. So like I do respect that and I respect his viewpoints, but I also think that he's too attached. And if he was a woman, we would be saying he's black male identified. But he is a black male. So rightfully so. But also like it's weird to have you critique them, but then also cape for them in the comments. Please don't hate me.
I'm not gonna hate y'all. I'm just very surprised. Kat, do you agree with this ranking of London?
I actually do, and I'm gonna say why. So I think, the whole thing with the vetting, right? I think is the definition. I think that's not like the operational definition, that everyone doesn't have the same thing. And I think LB is sort of like systematically displaying how it should be, right? It's either you're an S or an A or you're an F. There shouldn't be much in between. If we're vetting, it should be like, sort of like ruling people out and weeding people out, right? But of course, with London Link, we know the debates from before and, all the work that he puts in. So we'll see. I do
mad.
agree with that.
No, I can't hold this in. I'm mad.
I'm
Not with
sorry.
anyone specifically, I'm mad.
Higher or
Because
lower?
I feel like you guys are nitpicking the people who you consider to be good, but then you're giving a pass to people who you think are bad. Not you specifically, but like as a like it feels like we'll see Malik or Stan, or let me pull them up. And you guys are like, yeah, they're terrible people generally, but I see a glimmer of hope. So instead of an F, I'm gonna bump them up here. But Prince Betty, you say everything right, but I don't trust you. I'm not gonna say Bon is right or wrong, because like Bon just came and said what she needed to say and leave. She don't care. So I like that actually. I really appreciate that. But let's not use Prince Petty. Let's use OB or even London.
I didn't rank him as B.
Well, yeah.
I didn't
Well,
rank
I think the other thing also, Themis, is that we're not so like different people are rating different people. Like I think
No.
right?
But like there should be like a community standard, and I'm watching the chat too, agreeing and disagreeing with the chat. Like I'm not just listening to you guys, I'm watching the chat rank. And it's like there is a kind of grace and willingness to push up the people who are bad, and then accept me and impossible, I guess. Push down the people you think are good. And like there is a weird balancing going on. Like I don't understand the weird balancing. Wait, Dean is back. Dean, I want to say I feel horrible when I blocked you, and I'm glad you're back, even though I don't know how you're back if you're blocked. But I did feel horrible. That is the one block that I'm saying that I felt to my core, but you deserved it. Go ahead.
I absolutely deserve to be blocked. Yeah.
All right. Look at this. Are you here to contest your F listing?
I'm not here to contest it because it's proving that, vetting is a fool's errand. I think you got Ruslan as an E or a C. Is that right?
C.
Yeah, that's harsh. No, I wanted to come on and apologize to you. And when I said you're crazy regarding the Bible talk, I guess I was becoming defensive because I thought it was an assault on my faith. So I want to apologize for saying you're crazy.
Oh, actually, I did not put that together because I was thinking about it from like a debate perspective. So I thought you were just like attacking me for no reason. But I realized if religion is attached to it, then that made more sense. Actually, I actually did not realize it's from the religious conversation that we fell out. I didn't put like I'm always in like debating and not really thinking about the like That makes sense. I mean, I'm not going to block you on this channel. This new thing, and the reason is, I promise you, this is really terrible, and I probably shouldn't be admitting it up here. Is I don't like blocking people, and after I block people, I tend to like feel terrible about it. But with you, it felt like you attacked me in a way where I'm always protecting you from the chat. Like I'm always protecting you, and then you attacked me, and I was like, I mean, it can't be the case that I'm defending you when you're attacking me, and that's when I draw the last straw. And so when you attacked, when I
Yeah.
felt like you were attacking the women in the chat, I was like, okay, yeah, I can't do this.
Yeah, I was wrong because like it was the framing of somehow women being pregnant is like a curse from God, and I bugged out. So I apologize.
I mean, the Bible said it's a curse from God, so you know, unless you go fight with the Bible about that, I have no issue.
But I do still support what you're doing. Witnessing the evolution of your channel has been interesting, and yeah, you know, it's been an interesting year and some change. Yeah.
I mean, I think that's also part, but part of what I was thinking about, sorry, this is supposed to be a private, probably conversation, but part of what I was thinking about is I cannot say I'm creating a space where people are free to speak and that I'm going to make sure there are community guidelines and I carve out an exception for you. And so just know I appreciate you back. I am not going to just block you right now, but there's no sort of exception. The community guidelines apply to everyone equally. And I was wrong for cutting out an exception for you because I felt like you've been here since I was at 50 subscribers. There was a Jamaican thing. There was just
so have I ever cussed anybody out? Have I ever been rude? Have I ever been you could accuse me of being obnoxious and arrogant. I wear that boldly.
You can ask those questions each one by one, and I can give you a response. Ask the first one.
Have I ever been rude or cussed out anybody?
Not cursed out in the word using like profanity, but yes. You've been dismissive, disrespectful, in my opinion.
Okay. Well, I do apologize if because I've never intentionally tried to be rude. Like if anything, I've been mostly rude towards the men on the show because I think they know better.
I don't remember that because if I saw that, I would have told you not to. But I don't remember you.
Yeah, me and Obi had a back and forth.
Yeah.
But I like I said, they're ladies first. That's always been my thing. So if
that sounds new. That sounds very much new.
I've said it plenty of times, you know. They're ladies, Themis, but you know, I get it, you know. But this is I want to. I'm just gonna, you know, I'm gonna log off. But I wanted to come on and publicly say, you know, I apologize for calling you crazy. Yeah.
No, you're fine. The crazy comment is not the comment that got you blocked, by the way. I mean, it's part of a bigger narrative, but it's not, because it would be very hypocritical of me to like feel like you're disruptive, but only block you when you attacked me.
Yeah.
I thought it was the entirety of the conversation, but
I argue ideas and concepts. I don't argue personalities. So like when, for example, someone's attacking you on your sexuality, right? I'm like, what does that have to do with the conversation, so to speak? Or if someone's dismissing me because I'm a black male, that's kind of where I usually buck up, because first of all, I take it personally, and I don't think people are thinking these things all the way through, which is why I'm glad the whole divestment talk has kind of gone away. So, but yeah,
I appreciate that, and welcome back. Hopefully this time it's longer, and we don't have issues. And I don't like saying this, but I'm glad. I've never seen you. I don't think I've ever seen you, but I'm glad you're back. I actually am. But I do hope that that happiness comes with like change behavior, at least in the way you interact with people on here. I promise. That's it.
Okay, see you at the top, Themis.
All right. What sexuality? For all we know, Themis is asexual. Now y'all trying to figure out my sexuality in the middle of a discussion. I thought we already did this. I thought we talked about this. The men's are upset about their ranking, and I didn't expect the men's to be upset about their ranking, so that's odd. All right, let's go through these quickly. I don't remember Terrell.
No, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't remember who that is.
Prince Petty, do you remember him?
He's country, a little ghetto.
Oh, I do remember Terrell. Oh my God, I'm the worst. How do I find him? Where is he? All right, let's do it. Here he is. Go ahead, Terrell. You were supposed to go, and I apologize.
Well, how everybody doing tonight?
Doing well. How are you?
I'm good. I was on your last live stream, and I'm glad to be back on here. I'd like to say, with the topic about is marriage for white women, I would say no, because marriage is for anybody. Why it have to be pertains to a particular group of people? Because, in my opinion, that black women and black men can get married. It's not impossible and it can be done. It just need commitment from two people to make it happen. Because today the marriage rate for black people is not that high like it used to be back in the day. But I see nowadays black men are more married than black women, and black women are married less. But like during the time of segregation, black people had high marriage rates and they were together with a family. But ever since segregation ended, the black families just broken up and marriage don't mean anymore. Black people want to move out of communities, be with other races of people. Black businesses have fallen, and the black traditional family has failed. So basically, everybody want to go their own way after integration, which means I believe it messed the black family up because black people didn't want to stay together. Because during those times, black people were strong as a family when they were together through hard times.
Yeah. So you believe it was better for the black family during segregation?
Well, during segregation, they were together, even though they had to face a lot of racism, but they were together as a community. They had everything, their own stores, and they didn't have to rely on other groups of people. But when we fought...
All right. So where do we put Terrell?
I refuse to go.
It's an F for me. I'm sorry.
An F.
Yeah, yes. I'm getting struggle love and I'm getting bastardizing historical data. He's not saying why the black family stayed together during segregation. That's because they didn't have a choice. Once it was integrated, then they had the choice to actually go to the preferred women. So that's we are not saying the whole story.
All right. Overlist, do you agree?
Oh, can I say something famous outside of this? Because I feel like maybe I had derailed the whole thing and maybe I wasn't clear when I put Stan the Man initially as C. Because the way that I'm looking at is C is a hard pass for me. If you're a C, I'm not even interested in you. And C, I'm looking at C's are like the obvious threats. These are the people that are open, they're showing you, they're telling you who they are. Everything below that, you get to a level of being covert or insidious. And to me, those are the dangerous people. Those are the people that in the open, they may carry themselves a whole different way. They may even pose themselves as being an ally. I feel like the only reason why we know how certain individuals that fall in D, E, and F feel is only because they're on a platform that is ran by men. I think if this was Cynthia G, we'd probably never hear what we heard from them on your platform or any other female. So given that and that's the only, I guess, quote unquote grace I was giving them, is that they're being honest because they feel they have that freedom to be so on your platform because you are a male and a Black male. Whereas I don't necessarily think they would normally express those thoughts or feelings or demonstrate themselves in any other. So that's how the way I was looking at it.
Do you agree that Charles should be an E?
No, probably F. It was an F for me.
I'm just gonna put him between E and F then. All right, let's move on. Pick one. Overlist.
I'm gonna pick Kenny.
Kenny. Where should Kenny go?
I'm gonna put Kenny in. I'm also gonna put him in F because honestly, I don't really buy what he be saying. I ain't gonna lie to you. So that's why he would be an F for me.
Do you agree, LB?
Sure.
What?
Sure. Yeah.
All right, Age. Go ahead. Olivia.
Themis, can we get a clip on Kenny? I'm not familiar with Kenny.
All right, let's pull up a Kenny clip.
I think there's only one. I couldn't find any of him actually, besides one.
But where's my control file? Oh, there you go.
Prove that men don't control marriage, because she's a whole married woman on this channel, but like she's still looking for her next bachelor. So I feel like she kind of disproved the point that women control marriage, or men control marriage. She disproved the point that men control marriage, and it's actually women that control marriage.
Everybody
Prove that men don't control marriage, because she's a whole married woman on this channel, but like she's still looking for her next bachelor. So I feel like she kind of disproved the point that women control marriage, or men control marriage. She disproved the point that men control marriage, and it's actually women that control marriage.
Everybody does that on her show.
Don't
like,
tell
because
them
the men
that.
will come on and they'll say the craziest things, and obviously they can't get married either. So
Quick answer. Sorry.
Randomly, tomorrow's show is.
Okay, I remember now.
So, where did that Kenny go?
Kenny is a F for me.
LB, do you agree?
I missed the clip because my internet dropped. I'm sorry.
Kat, do you agree?
I do agree.
Where did I put Kenny? Where's Kenny?
Yeah, we could do that.
Wait, F.
Adrian.
Oh, where we're putting Adrian?
Olivia, you can pick one. There's Bleep, Soft and Wet.
Okay. Wait, can you share the screen again, Themis? Because I don't see the names.
Oh, sorry. I thought it was sharing.
Oh God. Okay, I'm not too familiar with everybody. I'll say Soft and Wet because I remember Soft and Wet. I'm gonna put him. Oh God. For me, Soft and Wet is like D- or E. I don't like, I think he means well, but he's clearly still very young. And if I'm not mistaken, in one of your lives, I think he was having a really hard time, like saying that Black women should be able to date out. I think he said at one point, like, I can't tell my sisters to go date out. Like, but you want us to stay and stick around for the nonsense at the same time. Like, well, it's a mess.
Let me play a clip from him.
High school. The only the only black male channel that I had access to, other than, well, it wasn't blackmail, but I considered CNN because they had a black male news reporter, right? And so if it wasn't that, I didn't see a black man on television, and the only people who I saw on black YouTube were what's that dude's name? Tyrone Magnus and Abba and Preach. That was it. So other than that, you didn't see dudes talking about these issues.
All right.
And when they approach these issues, they approach it from one side, so it creates a sort of shallowness. So more black men do need to speak up. It's becoming oversaturated with one side, and I get tired of hearing the same thing over and over again.
Wait,
So,
more black men need to speak up about us or about what?
Anything they want. I'm tired of hearing the same thing over and over again.
Wait,
seriously.
I'm confused. So you want more black men to speak, but you don't care what they say?
Well, obviously I care what they say. Like, I don't want what they say to be like a crime or something, or like try to threaten somebody. But I do want representation of all sides of the conversation, and I will explore that if that happens.
Right,
because
so
I'm not a one-sided person.
So what is the conversation?
There's multiple. When I say the conversation, I'm using a general term to explain, or rather name, the whole sphere of conversations that could be had within the space.
So you just want more black men to talk?
Really? Yeah. Well, specifically more educated black men. Yes.
What do you think that will change?
It will change a whole lot, because
what?
My English teacher from high school, she said something that stuck with me to this day, and that's that a lot of people they're not well versed in the realm of education or academia. And so black male academia has a chance to really show themselves here in this conversation. This specific one.
I'm trying to understand why they would do that.
Show themselves?
So there he is, soft and wet. I realized I didn't get rid of a tick that I had when I was a child. Actually got a hit on my hand once. When I'm confused, I grab my ear. I actually haven't realized I've been doing that still in my adult life, so that's great. Where should he go? So where should soft and wet go?
I want. Well, I don't know. This is hard. Why is Stan in D? Like, then I feel bad for putting soft and wet in D, because I don't think he's equivalent to Stan, in my opinion.
Y'all gonna have to deal with this ranking where y'all have to stand in the lead.
Wait, we're gonna have to redo this middle section, because it's like it's not giving what it's supposed to give.
It's not that it's not giving what it's supposed to give. I just think that everyone is not clear about what's the rhetoric, what's the rubric for grading these people.
Right.
Like, I think we're all going from a different base, and that's why we're having different, where we're ranking people. Like, for instance, I would never think that, oh, grade someone on the curve, where did that come from? Or he has potential, where you get that from? Or I'm giving, like, what did all these other side little extra points come from? Like, I just got confused.
I would love to hear LB. Like, LB, what do you think?
I definitely feel that, because I look at, like, if you have potential, cool, you have potential. Like, I have potential to be a lawyer, but I'm a paralegal. Like, you know,
right.
It doesn't mean that I can't be a lawyer one day, but I'm not a lawyer. Like, so to me, it's like, okay, so he has potential to be maybe a C, but he's an F right now. That's what it is. And then, like, so like, it's annoying to me, because I feel like most of those belong in the F. There's probably maybe 2 C's. I don't think that Impossible and Themis should be S's. I think they should be A's, and that's my personal opinion. So this whole thing is like frustrating for me.
I wasn't even gonna lie. No offense, Themis. I didn't think you were supposed to be an S. Or
Wait. Y'all can say all of that now. None of this is changing right now. So that's
He said, I am an S. I will be an S.
I am an S. OB apparently is a B. I don't know how. Ruslan is a C. Don't know that how either. Chris is a B. Stan is a D, Malik is a D, and Marvel is a D. Jonathan is an E. So I mean, at this point, this is how it's gonna be. So I'm
Everyone
an F.
below Petty is an F in my book. Everybody below Petty is an F.
Well, yeah, actually, practically. I think the silver lining for me is that I'm just waiting for that reshuffling that we were promised because this is just not working.
Right.
All right. I mean, so let's go to Adrian.
Ron is an F. No, I'm just kidding.
Wait, Adrian was that kid that you offered to mentor, right? With the glasses?
Nope, Adrian was
No?
that.
He was a different guy. I just can't remember exactly what he said.
I don't remember him.
No, don't
He asked
worry.
you to buy him a book, I think.
Okay.
Wait, are we doing Adrian 15 or what?
Yeah.
All right.
I don't know where to place him because I don't remember anything from him really.
He is
Continue talking. My first question was, what age should we start essentially the indoctrination of young men into becoming this better character? Not becoming this character, but
I mean,
adopting certain.
I feel like as soon as a child is born, you start sort of helping them through the process of developing. I mean, a child is a child, so you can't really teach a child, but like as soon as they're conscious and aware of themselves, you start teaching them right and wrong and ethics and all of that. And you're competing against a culture that's probably teaching them something different.
I wanted to add on to that, because multiple individuals have come on here and said that how we're the culture that we currently live in teaches them differently. We as a demographic can change economically, but I would say
apply those values, some not a place.
And you're competing against a culture. So the question is, he said we should cuddle black man. I know y'all remember who he is now.
D.
Huh?
D.
D. Oral, do you agree?
No, I'm not gonna lie to you. He's like an F for me, only because like it's hard for me to follow him sometimes in his thought processes. So I don't really know where he is. But for me, it'd be safer just to put him as F.
All right. So D or F? Up the chat said F.
I say
I was like, I can agree to that. I'll go back to F.
Yeah, I agree. F. Like he doesn't come up a lot on the panels, but he does. He's very present in the comment, in the chats. And if he's question, you question it, then it's an F. If it's not clear, then it's an F.
All right. Who next?
Can we do Bleep? And please, Teddy, I hope you chose a really good clip. Because that man, or whatever that person is.
Famous, please choose the second clip. He only has 2, and they're both a minute long.
All right, let's go. Bleep it is.
That let's say me, for example, I don't like black women who are kind of loud, kind of ratchet, kind of certain way. However you may define it. Wait, let me define that.
No. See, I mean, this is kind of joking, but not really. But like, I feel like the perfect match for you would be someone loud.
Well, I don't know about that. No,
right, go ahead.
Let's say of a certain idea. I don't like that in white women or Asian women or any other kind of woman out there. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm not going to make a double standard. I'm going to be consistent with what I want.
Are you Christian?
No, I'm actually atheist.
Oh, all right. Here, continue.
All right. And my thing at that is be consistent. This is my thing about this, though.
Wait, no, I'm sorry.
What's up?
Go ahead. Because you said be consistent, and I feel like consistency would require you to want someone that's loud, but ignore me. Continue. You're killing it, and I'm the worst, but continue.
Yeah, but this is my thing about that, though. Within the confines of the culture that we live in, this is basically based off my anecdotal experience. And I know this is changing with the younger generations, but I feel like partially because the images we've been fed on television.
I'm sorry, I can't do this.
It's triggering, Demas. It's so triggering. I watched that live the other day and I was like, no, because that man came on your streams a couple times and just was trolling and being extremely rude
Yeah.
and just mean. So he's a straight F all the way.
Yeah. Do you agree, LB? Should the food cake team track some of these? Or do I just
I agree for the same reason.
All right. So Bleep gets put in the F quickly. All right. Go ahead. Pick someone. Anyone.
Can we do?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say Stella.
Wait. I want to read this. Chris said, "When in doubt, rank F is the safest way to vet." I agree, but
that's correct. Period.
Yeah, that's what we've been doing.
Nobody got time to be messing up. All right, who are we going with?
So then
Stella?
all three. So the other three should be F then.
Yeah, because I'm not going to lie to you. I don't
three.
remember none of them.
Sober Bobo's not an F.
I don't think Sober Bobo was an F yet. I just
no, not Sober Bobo. I'm sorry, I didn't see that.
Bobo. We're gonna do Sober Bobo.
Okay.
If I can find him.
I might not have a clip for him. Let me check.
Petty,
No, I don't. I've never seen him on stream actually.
Really? He used to come on a lot.
I haven't seen him for like 8 months.
He used to come before, but I don't. He doesn't even comment really. Like he just spins things and would just,
I'm gonna say he's an A because he's respectful.
Yeah, from what I remember, he's been a positive add-on.
Wait, is that Oralist?
No, I was just going to say he's an F then, because it seems like your memories are even a little shaky about his contributions and what exactly about his contributions make him higher than that.
Mine?
No, not your.
Oh, I remember.
Yeah, I don't know much about him, honestly.
Could we go to the chat? Chat, do y'all remember?
He's an F, y'all. Come on. He's an F. That's like actually.
I respect you guys saying F though, because you don't know him, but I would say A.
Yeah, Sober was not an F.
We have AA Ron.
I don't think he's an F.
AA Ron.
Hi. I have no clue who that is or Saba.
F.
That should be an F, Demas.
So that's F.
AA Ron is not.
I don't know nothing about the other two. I'm not gonna lie
Can
to
we
you.
play AA Ron's clip?
Yeah.
Probably the second one is better if you're using one.
All right.
Oh, that is my house. Sorry, guys.
To say, like, I completely understand your frustration. I dealt with it actually a few days when I was on social media and I had made a statement. So I've been dragged on my social media for statements about us as Black men going to therapy, recovering, and it's the typical, oh, well, what about these Black women? I said, why are we bringing up Black women when I'm talking about self-improvement? What I witnessed today from several Black men is embarrassing. And I'm saying that as a Black man, and I simp whatever, I've heard it all, so it doesn't affect me. You know what I'm saying? But it's already been stated, and I've said it firsthand. I personally, I'm done. It's either you want to do the internal work and go to therapy, do what you need to do in order to be healed, or and now they shifting the blame on Lori Harvey. That's exactly. I made a statement about that, and they accused me.
All right.
I didn't realize Jaren was who you were. Did Petty do the names on here? Did you give him his nickname?
His name is Aaron.
Oh my god! I would have put him at A already because I didn't realize.
Yeah, he's
Aaron.
an A.
Yeah, Aaron's an A.
I'll give him like a B or C.
It's giving A from you.
Yeah, I'm giving him
I
a.
don't know enough to give him an A.
All right, Sava.
We need a clip.
Yeah.
Yes, clip, please.
Yes, please.
He said, "Let there be dust." I hope that's the one you play. You.
I don't think so.
First of all, I want to commend you for your patience and your sanctity because honestly, I don't know where you get it from, but I thought I was a patient person until I met you. And also, I want to sue you because I've never felt so embarrassed. It's so embarrassing to see people come on. They have nothing to say. They're not making sense. I mean, honestly, like we have to do the work. Like I don't know how many panels we need. Like we are insecure and we are so lost and we don't know what to do. And I honestly, I don't know. I don't know if the purpose of this is it a question? Is it a call to answer? I don't know. I'm trying to figure out. Okay, is it like, do I have to become as successful as possible and then buy up the neighborhoods and whatnot, or is it something more collective that has to happen from the beginning? It's difficult, because
You wanna know
again,
something? This is not the answer, but like gay, straight, bi, whatever.
Yeah.
If you're bi, please come out and let your partner know. But I feel like Black women aren't asking for a lot. It's just
yeah,
like
absolutely.
care. Like that. It's like, can you just care about me? Don't drag me publicly. Well, don't drag me at all, actually.
Mhm.
And it feels like the bar is so low that like meeting these expectations seems odd. Like all of my female friends, have came to me and said, it's hard to date because of how you treat me. Doing that, not doing that, that's too far. So where do we put him?
I'm gonna give him a C.
Yeah, it's lukewarm for me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I give Sava a C.
He's still figuring things out. I need somebody who's ready to build. No.
No, he's just giving me an energy like I'm asking, like you get the criticism from me. I'm gonna ask these questions, but he's not posing no type of solutions. He's not even talking about what he's doing for himself to change or improve and I'm just like, okay.
All right. So are you guys proud of what we did here?
No,
we're not. We're not.
Well, you
We
should,
are not.
because this is how you guys will be selecting, and this is a problem. Stan is a problem, Malik.
Okay.
Soft and wet. You said you had a thing.
I'm sorry.
How are you? Do you appreciate where you landed?
I mean, I guess. I just wanted to see what the stream was about and come up here and support you.
Oh, wait, where did you land?
I don't know. I think I landed in like D territory.
Between D minus, yeah.
But I'm sorry about that clip, and I super chatted you the very next day because I felt so embarrassed because I had what I wanted to say in my head, and then it shifted at some point to trying to encourage Black men to speak up. And it's not necessarily that they have to agree with you or not. It's just I don't want the manosphere to be the only voice for Black men, if you understand what I'm saying. I don't want that to be the only voice. It's either because the way it's framed is it's either this or that. And what I was trying to convey to you and Cynthia is that basically we all have different personalities. And just as there were certain men who you viewed on the clip and they agreed with you, and as the others didn't agree with you, I mean, there's just a whole lot of gray area there because some people agree with some things and some people don't. But what matters is, as a man, is that you stand on what you believe in and that you correct yourself when you are proven to be wrong.
So don't stand on what you believe in.
What I mean by that is like your principles, your morals, stuff
I'm
like
joking,
that.
I'm joking, I'm
But
joking.
like in this intellectual space, this pro-intellectual space, if you're proven to be wrong, yes, retract what you said and apologize, just as I do.
Yeah.
Also, yeah, I kind of wanted to apologize also because I kind of wanted to come up here and do something, but I didn't know if it would be totally acceptable. But
oh God.
I wanted to address the men, but this wasn't really about men. It was about women and how they see men. So yeah, I just want to apologize for that as well.
Oh no, you're fine. No apologies necessary. I wish I knew all I had to do was rank men, and you guys would all be like apologetic.
Can I
Also, I wanted to say this panel, and you know, every time I come up, it actually plays into what my therapist says I should do with finding my voice. Because yeah, I told my therapist about your panel, and I showed her like some clips of me speaking. She said, since you have like this sort of like this need to get things off your chest and you want to be better at public speaking, then this is perfect for you. Because I have to hype myself up to come up on the panel. I'm telling you.
Oh, I appreciate that. I'm glad you came. Drive through. What is up with?
Themis, can I quickly say something?
Go ahead.
Okay. I just want to say that goes to Cynthia's point that she made earlier about men making men compete and then they will improve, because you made them compete by ranking them, and now they're here apologizing and saving face so that they can compete better in the ranking.
You think that's what's happening?
I think that's what's happening. They're saving face.
Agreed.
I
think so.
I can appreciate what he just
I don't agree with that.
Saving face.
All right, wait, before we go, I want to hear drive through.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. So I just really wanted to say that from one gay black man to another gay black man, you're really inspiring, and I appreciate all you do. That was it.
From one to
from one fruitcake to another. Period.
The fruitcake gang.
We here.
Wait, that is the funniest thing I've heard all night. Period. Wait, why you said you appreciate what I'm doing?
I do. You're really inspiring. Like, you are helping men to be better men, and it's awesome. Like, I came across your channel, I want to say 4 months ago, I think, and I've been here ever since, just lurking in the shadows. And I wanted to, just come on and be like, you're amazing, and thank you for all you do. And like, it's needed. It's much needed. So much love always.
I appreciate that. Please feel free to come on anytime and give your contribution to the conversation.
Thank you so much, Brother Fruitcake. I appreciate you so much.
Wait, that butter what? I need to trademark that. No, it's not just fruitcake anymore. It's butter fruitcake. Period.
Yes.
Fruitcake, butter fruitcake gang. It doesn't have the same ring to it. Fruitcake gang. Butter fruitcake gang. I like fruitcake. Butter fruitcake is new though. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Have a wonderful day.
You too. Someone said brother cake. Let's go. Marla.
Hi, Themis. Oh my gosh. I love your show. This is my first time calling. Thank you for taking my call.
Thank you for calling. I appreciate that.
I actually wanted, I'm not sure if this is the debriefing part, but I do want to highlight some key points that I have.
Wait 1 second before you do.
Sure.
Let's go into the after show.
Okay. Okay, so I actually took notes, so I'll go very quickly. With Jonathan, with the Morehouse comment, he said that, he has single friends and, women should go and post up at Morehouse. But I commented that Morehouse docs and lawyers should post up as spellmen. So I'm not sure why. That was never like a thought that crossed his mind, that why do we have to do the work? Why can't they do it? And as far as the ranking, I was actually a little bit flabbergasted, to be honest. I did not intend it to take this long, and I didn't think it was going to be this confusing. Just because I realized that my way of ranking it differs. So for me, C is like average, bare minimum, emotional regulation, mental values. Can we have a conversation, like a regular conversation? Do you have aspirations? That puts you like the C. And then the B is like above average. Are you living that life? Can we be friends?
Yeah. Wait, before you go, not everyone in the chat acting like they ain't been here ranking along with the panelists. We got here together. Y'all don't change it up. Period. All y'all getting dragged. Everything, all of us getting dragged. Nope, this was a team effort.
Check my comments. I've been consistent. I didn't rank nobody a C, a B.
Absolutely not, LB. You were part of it too.
So
absolutely not.
Real
Everyone getting dragged.
Real quick, if you wanted a more definite ranking system, you can go to that document all the way to the bottom. And I wrote in the middle of the live stream, maybe a better guideline for the ranking.
Nope. I wanted them to use their own sense of where people should go. And as a community, we got here together. We got Stan at a D together. In some colleges, that's the passing. So,
oh my gosh. My Stan gotta always come up. I still stand by
Stevens, can I say something about the comment that Soften Wet made?
Uh-huh.
So one of the thing that so what I'm responding to is when you mentioned that Black men should talk about other things, that they should be able to kind of show that they have skills and expertise otherwise. And so it can kind of, what I heard is that kind of like showing more than this one conversation. I think that the point of caution for me is that that might save face for them if they're talking about becoming a expert in a field or talking about somewhere else that they could have expertise. But being good at your job, being able to speak to an expertise in something, being able to sound smart does not make you be a good partner. And so think about, for example, wasn't Ben Carson a good doctor? He's somebody I would never even want to have a conversation, like be in the coffee house with me as a person. So
well,
I think,
I don't know if Ben Carson would be considered a bad partner though.
I think he would be considered a bad partner to me because I personally feel like if you have no loyalty, and this is a partnership piece, I don't want to be in community with these men if this is how they feel. Lead attorney is an attorney. Maybe if he was talking about attorneying, maybe I'm sure he would come off better, but I care about his values and his position as it pertains to the community when we're talking about community issues. So I'd rather him talk about this type of topic because it lets me know your morals and values. And there's tons of smart Black men, there's tons of athletic Black men, there's tons of upwardly mobile Black men who are not good for our community and not people you would want to partner with because they don't value you. Bring in Neo, for example. He's a good producer. Is he a good partner? No.
Wait, if y'all needed this system here to explain it, I'm going to say no. Y'all knew for everyone saying we needed a definite definition of everything, I'm going to go ahead and say absolutely not. Y'all knew what you were doing.
Yeah, I wanted to just kind of finish because that's exactly what I agree with you. I'm just going by like what my values are and like who is even like in my circle, who's my friend, what can I learn from you, and like do I feel safe around you? Are you like an inspirational person? To me, that's a B person, and of course, like an A, like you is someone who's like excellent, who surprises me, and then it just beyond my thinking, right? Makes me think. And S for me is like an impossible, like you're like a unicorn or something like that. But
I would actually put myself at a B. This would be where I think I would fall. I would put impossible here with me. I would put sober Bobo here with me. Like there is no universe where anyone is an S or an A.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like S is like I'm not talking about the person.
I don't know what happened. Continue. But no. But I'm flattered because someone said Themis is an S, and I just put it up there real quick. Absolutely. Ain't nobody gonna change their mind. As soon as I hear S, I'm up there. That is where I am. If we're on a scale of 1 to 10, I'm a 10. Always, forever. It will never change.
That's like an 11. You're an A.
Huh?
That's like
no. I'm not.
He couldn't even comprehend. He was like, "Did she just? I'm an S."
Yeah, I mean, I'm not moving down ever again. I'm gonna continue to forever be an S.
And said he will not be downgraded.
Can I add something here, Themis?
Go ahead. Let her go.
I think if anything, this little exercise, it was really fun, by the way. I think it just proves the point that we made. I think it was 2 lives ago that vetting is really arbitrary. It's not something that can accurately be done. Because again, it goes off of people's individual perspectives and things like that. And it's also not good or a great strategy long term. So the focus should really be standards. And I think had we defined those from the beginning, and taught women that from the beginning.
All right, wait.
Then it
I'm
would
gonna
make
go
it
ahead
better.
and say absolutely not.
No.
I think it is a cop-out when y'all are telling me that you did not understand the ranking.
No. I mean,
you.
outside of this, I'm saying outside of this, I'm saying that, generally speaking, in the context that the vetting thing is used, it's not really a great determinant for how a relationship is going to turn out. And again, now relating to this live, since the thing was to learn to vet together.
Wait. Before you continue, I love Themis, but the ranking was biased. My ranking was biased. I agree. But I just, if the ranking is biased, I'm not very good at biasing things because I bias my own. I will admit that. But I'm confused as to why this ranking is where it is. So if I'm biasing the ranking, it would be very strange to do it in the way that, like, no one is where I want it. Like, no one but me is where I want them to be. So I mean, I agree that it's biased. Obviously, we're humans, but like, they're not where I would put them. This is also the problem with vetting.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
I also say, oh, sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. After.
The other thing too that I felt like was a little bit kind of like made it a little more challenging was the scale on which people were being ranked. Now I feel like it was a yes or pass or yes or go or no pass or maybe. I think that probably would have been easier because I think a lot of times when you have very limited information, it's easier to say yes or no as opposed to all them other in-betweens. And the Chris one and yours perhaps were the only 2 opinions that I thought was biased, only because I wasn't sure AJM's relationship to Chris. Because she was speaking like this was her man. So I was almost like,
it is her man.
Oh, I'm like, girl, that's why I was like, yeah, I don't know if you should be Because obviously you're not going based on the clips, which set you on a whole different than
Yeah.
everybody else.
I mean, I would rank him highly only, well, not only, but because of what I've seen and how he has responded in emails and like attempted to be thoughtful about how he engaged. I think that's super important. But I mean, I feel like where he is fear. I don't know if it's fair. I don't know. But I do know that no one on the board is where Sober Bobo. I think Sober Bobo's ranking is fair. I think everyone unanimously were like, Sober Bobo is an A kind of. So, I mean, I guess we all agree on that.
And everyone that's in the F category also, I think we generally agree on that too.
Yeah. I mean, we agree on people in the F. To be fair, the people in the F, we agree.
We all agree on those, yeah.
Yeah. I don't think there is anyone in the F that we're like, maybe they shouldn't be here.
I would hope not. I would hope not.
All right, so that's good. That is good. Me, not me. Go ahead.
Hey, so first of all, I just wanted to say thank you and thank you to Petty as well for putting this together because this is very funny.
Wait, no. Thank you. I need to underscore. A huge thanks to Prince Petty for putting this together. This was like very well done, and I do really appreciate him for doing it, even if even if they disrespected him by ranking.
I disagree, Petty. I would split your ranking in half. I would give you a C, but then definitely an A for intellect and wittiness. So, but the rest of it is really kind of interesting and enlightening. And I think the thing that's most egregious is that Jonathan is below Stan and Malik. I mean, I'm sorry, I can barely even keep it together. I can't even say the words. It's just so funny to me, I don't want to bash anybody, but, especially with like Malik and everything. And then, okay, yes, Stan has views that are definitely very, very problematic. But it's like, but when we're talking about like Jonathan, just in compared to where he was he even capable of providing, or anything? It's just very shocking that someone, that at least had stability and an education was being ranked lower than these other people. So that was just really kind of my take home as the most egregious thing on the board. But the ladies like what they like. So there it is.
To be fair, How to Man had what you just.
Wait, go ahead, Patty.
How to Man had a lot of what you just described: the ability to provide for his family, a little bit of education, a little.
Oh, no. How to Man was a completely different thing. He was very aggressive. He also pedestalized white women, and he disregarded education in women and claimed that it was indoctrination, which was in Black women specifically, which was completely ridiculous. He was very aggressive, and he kept lying, and we had to run back the tape so that he could then make excuses as to why he changed his position. So he was very disingenuous and just loud and brash. So yeah, he's definitely under F.
Oh, I'm definitely gonna take a shot of this because you all will remember that you did this, and every time y'all come up here, I will be dragging nonstop as a reminder that y'all don't know how to vet. So
I have a question. Since we're learning to vet, right? Today, that's what we're doing, and we established that we failed. All together as a community, the Fruitcake Gang has failed in vetting the Schmens. So, are we?
I'm not taking.
Yeah, I'm not agreeing with that.
We all have to take accountability here, ladies.
No, I'm not agreeing with that.
Wait.
Absolutely not.
Y'all can choose to not have accountability all y'all want. I am going to be handing y'all this accountability. This is on y'all.
No, it's not. It's not necessarily trying to escape accountability. It's just the whole idea of failing that I'm refusing. I'm rejecting the failing component.
You all chose Stan the Man as a partner and Malik as a partner and Marvel as a partner, putting them in D. Don't remember what I said, don't care. That's what I saw.
I
So
said
that is that.
It's a
Y'all said you
collective
would
L. It's okay.
Yep, y'all carry this L. Y'all gonna carry this L.
Absolutely not. I'm no longer part of
We're all going to collectively carry it.
Also,
Yep.
dragging Ruslan down simply because of his
Yeah.
Christianity, and that is the belief in that religion. That I mean, it is a patriarchal, religion. So, I mean, kind of holding that against him, that he liked it and was a proponent for other men, being Christians because they are the head of their household, and he decides where they move and things like that, which I feel are very insignificant because she has chosen to follow that religion as well. So
Wait,
I
disagree with that.
Wait. Jasmine think they're escaping the L in the chat. The chat getting the L too. So everyone on the stage, everyone on the panel, and everyone in the chat, the platform taking this L. The whole platform taking this L. I'm not included, but all y'all for this.
Speak. I'm a Christian.
Wait, you did the clicking, Timus. And the dragging.
I felt like y'all pressured me into it. So that's just that on that. What is your final statement, LB?
Yeah, so on the Christianity thing, I just want to say, I think it's a matter of perspective and interpretation, because I don't think that you necessarily, being the head of something, being the leader of something, does not mean that you have to dictate what happens. So I disagree with that. And if Ruslan did what the woman that came up said, then I would put him in an F category. And
I think that's extrapolating a lot of information that we didn't receive. It's just that was his idea to move. No one ever stated that she objected to it.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
No one. It wasn't provided that Ruslan's wife had objected to moving.
Yeah, it doesn't matter whether she objected or not. If he said what it is and he's dictating a stance based off his leadership, that's not necessarily how leadership has to be. I don't dictate to my students what they're going to do and what they're not going to do. I'm not a tyrant in the classroom, and you don't have to be. And I feel like it's the same thing in any kind of leadership position. You do not have to be a tyrant. You do not.
But there's not a dictation if there's no resistance. So if I say, hey, I want to move to Florida, and then nobody says, I don't want to move to Florida, I don't really see that as being a dictator. Simply because that wasn't challenged doesn't mean that nothing else she says is challenged, or who says is challenged.
You're also working off an assumption that she's not challenging it, that she has no objection to it. So neither one of us.
But you're assuming that she did. We're both working off of assumptions.
You're talking over me. Neither one of us knows what Ruslan's wife did or did not do. And so we cannot speak on what Ruslan's wife did or did not do. I'm speaking off of, if it's true that Ruslan is dictating things and deciding for his family, that's not the only way to lead. And I'm going to stop.
That was not my point.
People.
Yeah, that was not my point. The point is that because it was not stated, we don't know that. So I'm not taking a position and dragging the man down in the rankings for information that we don't have. That was my point.
I'm raking off the information I have.
All right,
and the information I have says F, because I am not giving somebody a pass because of things I don't know. Unless I know something, you're not getting an A grade.
This is getting uncomfortable for me, and I'm going to explain why. I feel like y'all don't want to share this L, and I don't know what you guys are talking about, because I checked out, because I'm worried about the L that y'all just carried, ranking these people the way that y'all rank them. We're going to get dragged for this by Themis. That is correct. I have a feeling the mans are not done with defending their positions. They shouldn't. They should continue to come up and fight for their position, and will be frequently the live panel in the weeks to period. They can come up. I welcome them. I think they should come up and defend these positions, because what's not going to change are these positions unless they convince the chat.
Wait, I thought we were gonna reshuffle them.
Oh,
We're not doing that anymore. Oh.
Can I say one thing and then I have to go?
No, we're
Can I say
not.
one thing and then I have to go?
Go ahead.
I am a person who will allow people to speak to me when they're not speaking over me, when they're being respectful. I'm not going to be cut off and then be respectful to you. So for the people saying that I'm being disrespectful, go back, replay it, and watch her speak over me multiple times. And just watch how she speaks generally in the past recordings. She constantly goes on so much that nobody else can get an inch in, and you're not going to do that to me. And I don't care what anybody thinks about that or me in that regard. But just know that if you ever come at me with a certain energy, you're getting it in return. I don't care. And I'm leaving because I'm sorry. I know you don't like this, Famous, so I'm going to leave.
Okay, well, that was...
Can I respond to concerns comment?
Yeah.
Okay, so I didn't. Well, while I didn't address it in my monologue, right? I did address it in the super chat that I sent earlier in the chat. I literally said, listen, while 99.99999% repeating of people aren't gonna like you, if this is like what your reality looks like, you should work to improve yourself. Now, that can manifest in different ways. That can manifest in you bringing yourself up in being successful at your job, learning more about the craft that you do. And in the relationship field, that can manifest in you trying to listen to your partner more, you trying to, do more things that your partner likes instead of just doing things that you like. Now, I also wanted to say, Themis, I'm going to share this to my girlfriend later. And I wanted to ask if that's okay.
What, you're going to show her your ranking?
Huh? Yeah.
You're going to show her what?
The video.
Yeah, I'm showing her the ranking.
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
I mean, I take your point, Soft and Wet. I don't think that what you're saying right now seems like it's specific enough for me. And I'm not trying to be funny or drag you. I don't think it's specific enough for me to see how that wouldn't land us in the same spot where we would be giving points to people because they can speak eloquently or with authority on other subjects. Because yes, they can. I'm not saying that these men can't become good at things. We know that these men can become good at things. We know they can become upwardly mobile. But in the context of partnership, which ultimately I believe extends to becoming communal, that if you're not looking at Black women with a certain lens of respect and looking for reciprocity and partnership, then I can't, within the context of community, partnership, whatever, see you as somebody who I even want to have that conversation with. Like, for example, I don't believe that I do believe that a person can be good at one thing but not be good, is what I'm trying to say. So though I can,
there's tons of those people in the world.
Yeah, and that's really what I'm trying to say specifically, that though I take your point that if people have negative opinions of Black men and they want to change that opinion, there's tons of ways to approach it. I do believe though that if you're trying to talk about correcting the context of being good partners, then they specifically have to then become they have to adjust their values around partnership. And I don't want, and this is not me trying to mock you or anything like that, but I don't want a suit or a title or respect from white people to be able to blur our opinion of seeing the things that they say for what they said. That's what I'm trying to protect.
Of who says?
I'll wait.
Go ahead.
I'll talk to you offline on why the exchange with my wife went the way it did, Thema. No, I mean, it's fine. Like, I mean, I don't saying I don't care is rude because I don't mean it in that way. It's just like I didn't expect anything from the conversation, so it's like it's fine. Like you don't have to. Like it's literally fine. I'm not mad. You can come back. She can come. Like I don't. It's fine. We don't have to talk offline about it either. All right. I'm going to end this now because there's some discomfort. For the people who were on, who are upset, if you're upset about the L that you're going to have to take, I'm sorry, I'm not going to back down from that. This right here is in fact an L. So no matter how angry you get, whatever you feel, it is an L. And I'm fine with it. Like, it is what it is. It's an L. So I don't really care about that part. If your feelings are hurt, we can talk about why, and we can have conversations. If you have my Instagram and you want to talk, I will cut out some time tonight to be able to speak with you on Instagram. Call me on Instagram and we'll talk about it. For anyone, this goes out to the people who've been on, not everyone, just everyone who's been on. And I will attempt to explain my position. I don't feel like there should be a position to explain, but to the extent you are hurt, men and women, you can call me in 30 minutes. You have 30 minutes. So until 11 o'clock, you have 30 minutes to call me, and I will talk to you. It is fine. At this point, however, if you want to leave, you leave. If you want to stay, you stay. I don't have it in me to beg anyone to stay where they don't want to be. Like it is what it is. Like I'm tired. Stan, I'm only adding you because you were put up there and then you didn't get a chance. Go ahead.
What the hell? Why am I a C? Oh no, sorry, not a C, a D. What?
That you think you should be higher, Stan?
Yeah, I am definitely not a D. No, I'm not bad, whatever. Maybe I need improvement, C, but D, no.
All right,
no.
so where should you
go?
No.
Minimum C. Minimum.
Period. All right. Well,
period.
All right. Well, when we get to come back on here, hopefully this is saved and we can talk about where you should be.
Yeah, please give an explanation on why some people judge on D and everything. Sorry, if somebody has a different different view than you, that doesn't mean he's a D. He just has a different view than you. Period. If he doesn't see the same way that you, and it's logical, sorry, it is. I brought up stuff. I've told stuff. I've told when I was wrong. I've told when I was right. A lot of people in this call doesn't do that. I've told Timus when I was wrong. All my calls I've done that. Period. How many people did that? None. None of you guys, women or men, I hear calling back team and say, you know what, last time I called you guys, I was wrong. None of you guys, I hear that. I always hear them, oh yeah, this. None of you.
Timus, I'm sorry, can I attempt to respond to that? Like, if it's okay with you? Okay, so I did not place you at the D, but I'm sorry. Had I been part of the two women that ranked, I would have given you an F, and I'll say why. In the context of the vetting, when it's thrown at Black women, we have to look at it from the perspective of what you're presenting to us at the moment. Not what you can do, not what you could possibly be doing in the future, but what you are presenting right now. There's a lot of emotions, there's a lot of word salads, there's a lot of fallacies that are presented often in your discussions with Timus. And as an observer of these interactions, you would have been in the F category.
What resentment? I have no resentment against Black women. I've told Black women and everything that they could get the best people they want. The only thing I said with Black women is don't have an attitude, be fit, and be feminine. That's it. I'm the first one who said in this call, if you want to have a degree, go ahead. The first one in this call, last call that I said, if you want to have a house, go ahead. I will not put you down because you have a house. I will not put you down because you have a degree. I will put you down if you think that your degree and your house makes you better than me. No, I won't. I will encourage you and I will believe in you and I will believe in your dream. If you got a degree and you're still normal and it's like, you know what, I got a degree, I'm happy for you and I will encourage you to get the degree. But I will not put you down. And a lot of men does that and everything. So for you to put C, I'm sorry, you don't know me. I'm the
Thank
first one
you.
who would basically sit down with a girlfriend and everything, a woman and everything, black woman, and basically if there's an issue, we sit down together. So please, I have more knowledge than you would ever know. I'm the one who fucking read Tony Robbins and everything, went to psychologists for 5 years. I'm the one who fucking went through my shit to know how emotional the drive and everything. Please, I'm more skilled than you think. Than a lot of people are.
Thanks for the feedback.
None of you went to a psychiatry and everything. I did the hard work. You didn't. A lot of you don't do the hard work.
So I think you proved my point. So that's
No,
all
I
I'll
don't prove your
say.
point.
No, I think he just wants to have an honest, open discussion about why he was selected the way he selected. So, Stan, I'm not going to lie to you. I put you down as a C. And the reason why I put you down as a C, because I think even though I don't agree with you on a lot of things, I think you are being very genuine, right? So for me, I always feel it's better to know someone for who they are than as opposed to always meeting someone's representative. So just because someone's a C doesn't necessarily mean that's your match. But I would prefer to know that the person that's presenting themselves is who they are. So I put you as a C, right? I think there's a lot of things you definitely need to work on. Like you need to give people grace. You need to carry yourself a little gracefully with speaking. The lady was talking to you very calmly and you start going off the rails. Those are
I
things
went
like
off
that.
the rail because I'm
not...
very passionate and I know what I'm worth.
No, I
I'm not worth
understand.
a D and everything. That's it.
No, I understand. I understand that. But people had a lot of questions about you even being a C. Some people don't see you improving because you're a little bit kind of stuck in your ways, or you probably don't see where you can improve. So the poll has a group.
Please give me a call of anybody in the last month that basically went back to teammates and said, sorry, I apologize for something and I had to learn. Please find me a person who did that in the show. Please find me somebody who did that.
Mute you. If I mute you, I'm removing you. I'm not muting you. This is ridiculous now. The only reason I allowed you to address her, the only one, is to either prove or disprove that you have the capacity to regulate your emotions. You have proven just now that you do not have that capacity. In the way you just spoke to her, that is absolutely disrespectful. If I had a daughter and the man who she's dating spoke to him that way, I would be very much concerned about the ways in which they're engaging. That is ridiculous. You came up here because they ranked you at an F where you did not want to be, or a D. They didn't even put you at an F, actually. They put you at a D that you did not want to be, and that's fine. And you're coming up here after we've talked about the fact that it's an emotional regulation thing for you. You came up here and someone is explaining why they would put you lower, and that's fine, and you offload on that person, not realizing you're doing the very thing that they're talking about regarding your lack of emotional regulation. Do you not see that?
Demas, I don't see it. It's not because I'm passionate that means I'm emotional. I'm more in control of my emotion compared to a lot of people here. I'm very passionate when I am. I'm very passionate what the hard work I've done. I went to psychologists. I've done the hard work, Timas. You don't know what Timas, if I would sit down with you, the hard work I've done, and you would sit down with me, and I would basically do a private.
Timas, stop talking right now, I'm done. Like you will get your chance to speak, but you don't get to yell at people. I'm not going to mute you either. You have to be able to mute yourself. Now, please explain to me what you're doing.
Okay. If I would show you all the hard work I've done in my life and everything, and all the shit I went through in my life, and all the psychology and all the shit that I went like, there's some stuff I will only tell you, and I would tell you, don't tell to anybody. So please don't think that I am very passionate, and I'm very passionate what I went through in my life. compared to other. I don't judge any person and everything, what they went through. It's not because somebody's passionate that means he has a problem with emotion. He's just passionate.
Stan, could I give a legitimate critique if you're open to it?
Go ahead.
So you expressed, I'm going to pick one part of what you said. You expressed that you disliked that you were ranked as a D. Keep in mind, I was also ranked as a D. Your rebuttal to that was, I have done hard work in my life. I've got a psychology degree, it sounds like, or you're in psychology school, and I've had a hard life. I don't think having a hard life should mean women feel sympathy for you and now rank you higher and date you or what. Since this is about vetting and who the women will and won't date or be with or find as a good man, I don't think your personal experience should make them rank you higher, if that matter, your trial and tribulation, number one. Number two, maybe your psychology degree is valuable to some people, but at least the women here have decided that it does not make up for, if they even knew you had one, it does not make up for the type of outburst that you have when speaking here. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but first of all, it's not a psychology degree I had. I went to see a psychologist. That's what is the point. It's not a degree. I went to do the hard work. I went to basically do a lot of things that Black people don't do. Because after a while and everything, I did knew that I had a problem and everything. And I did the hard work. So for a lot of people to judge and everything, I would go back to a lot of people and say, did you go see a psychologist? Did you go fix your mind? A lot of people, you didn't. So in my eyes, you are way below me and everything. In my eyes, if you didn't even do the hard work. I did read the book. I did go see Tony Robbins, the books. I did read a lot of things of self-help to improve and things and everything. If I'm passionate, I'm passionate. That doesn't mean I'm emotional. A lot of people are coming with, I just want to finish my point. A lot of people of you guys are saying with emotional, which has nothing to do with that. Nothing to do. And even a psychologist would say, no, he's not emotional, he's passionate. There's a difference.
So Stan, I also have a therapist and psychologist, other stuff outside of that. And I've done a lot of self-work on myself as well. I was ranked let me look back, a D, it looks like. So as opposed to me saying, how dare you guys? I've been doing a lot of self-work. You can't judge me. You don't know me, which is true. What you're saying is true. These people don't know you. We only have what we see to go off of. I asked, where can there be improvement? Which everyone here is telling you where there can be improvement, which they're saying emotional regulation. You're saying I'm not emotional, I'm passionate. I understand because I've been up here before and said sometimes the conversation is emotional, but the rebuttal to me has been, you should be able to control this type of passion you're expressing up here so that you're able to converse with us. Like, I'm not yelling at you. I haven't yelled.
No, and you're not yelling.
It feels like you're raising your voice.
Go ahead.
That's all. It feels like you're raising your voice.
I'm listening to what you're saying, and I agree. There's things I need to improve. Yes. But for a lot of people sitting down, like if they don't even do the hard work and say, well, you're a D or a C, you didn't even do the hard work, man. You didn't even look at yourself. You didn't even do the study. You didn't even go get a book on how to help yourself. How dare you? You didn't even go see a psychologist. And Black people, we're not very good in seeing and trying to get help in everything and trying to go get the help that we need to improve ourselves. A lot of you people didn't do that. I would bet $100 a lot of people didn't do that, and you judge another person. Look at yourself first and say, did I do the hard work? Like Stanley, did I go see a psychologist? Did I do this? No, you didn't. Well, I think you shouldn't judge somebody else just like that.
That is literally the purpose of today. We are judging people based off of their action and behavior and stuff. So
can I just ask a general question, Stan? My question to you is that I know you say you speak passionately, but would you accept that type of tone and fashion from someone, from a potential partner or even someone you're having a conversation with? Would you accept them speaking to you in a fashion you're speaking to other co-panelists here? I'm trying to understand your kind of like your mindset.
If my partner is passionate about something and she's not putting me down, I would accept it. Until she doesn't put me down, until she doesn't call me names, I would say that you're very passionate about what you're saying. What seems to be the issue? What seems to be the problem? Why are you passionate about this?
Okay,
Or
but
what's it
I would
today?
like
I don't take anything personally if somebody's passionate. I take it personally if there's somebody is passionate and they start calling in, then I'm like, oh, what's that? But if a person is passionate, that's a person's passion.
but
Okay, you're passionate about this. That doesn't mean as nothing mean I'm just answering your. It doesn't mean that I'm disrespecting you. Doesn't mean I'm putting you down. I know what
but
is
Stan,
putting down
you
somebody.
actually just did put people down, and you actually put down people in Themis's chat. You literally said that they are not better than you because you presumed that they didn't do the work. You presumed that they didn't go to therapy, and because they made a selection that you don't like, you felt that it was your business to talk about your successes and what you are proud of yourself, and then contradict yourself saying that women would not be able to do that, and as long as she doesn't think that she's better than me. You literally just said the words that you're not better than me. I think all of y'all are lower than me. Do you understand that you said that? Or you just talking
I
out of
understand what
emotion?
I just
No,
said,
no, no,
and I,
wait,
I
wait,
and I
wait,
stick
wait,
with it
wait.
because a lot of black people in this panel
One second.
didn't do the work. I'm sorry, you didn't. Did I say that everybody didn't do the?
If you did the work, I feel bad. You need to get the refund. This is ridiculous. I kept trying to come back on camera. I kept trying to turn on my mic, and it was not working. At this point, Stan, I don't you're not very good at taking critique. You essentially have just justified your position where it is now. So at this point, I don't appreciate how you're talking to the people here. And I'm not sure where we can go from this place. Like, it doesn't make sense to me. I'm tired of this. It's ridiculous right now. And if you are like, I got the work, I did the work, I went to therapy. Yeah, sure. Say you went to therapy, maybe it wasn't done. Like, maybe you should continue, because at this point it does not feel, I don't feel like it's appropriate, particularly the way you speak to the other panelists. Like, I think you attempt to show me respect. I don't know why that is. And now I'm starting to think the people here are attempting to, quote unquote, show me respect because they don't want to be banned. But you also have to respect other people. That's ridiculous. Like, I don't like that. And I don't like the way you talk to people here. Do you get that now? You're muted.
Yeah. Anyways, just go ahead.
I told you the last time you came on that I was going to expect.
Yes, and I expected you. You told me you were going to be tougher than me, and I expected that. And I'm being honest with you. I'm sorry. I've done the work, Timas. And I've said it one time. I don't know
No, no, no,
when.
no. Let me
I
stop
will
you.
sit
Let
down
me
with you,
stop you.
Timas, one
I'm
on
going
one,
to stop
personal,
you.
and I'll show you what work I've done because
All
I
right.
respect you. And
You
you will
don't
understand the true work I
trust.
went through, the shit I went through, not the other people, just you.
When
So
you
you can
talk,
understand another
breathe.
person's point of view.
When
That's
you
it.
talk, why do you have to put yourself on mute to have a conversation? When you talk, breathe. Trust, honesty, patience, character is not shown in one conversation. It is shown through your interaction. The way you interact with people and continue to interact with people highlights that we should not be trusting you to interact with us in a way that is meaningful and respectful. You cannot expect to build badwill over time and then expect people to care about what you're saying and pretend like you didn't always act this way because you showed up once and you did something good once.
I think he left, Themis.
He's back.
Oh.
No, I'm here. I couldn't hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah. So you don't just say, "Oh, I've done the work." Stop telling us you've done the work. We don't care to hear that you've done the work. Show us that you have done the work. Let us observe that you have changed, that the ways in which you engage indicate that you've done some work behind the scenes. This is not it. This is disrespect at the highest level. Now, you can be mad about your ranking. I would be pissed too if I came back to a channel where I've shown up and thought I was doing my best and I got ranked a D, E, or an F, I would be pissed. Yes, I would be. Let me be honest. But my attempts would not be to drag people and curse them and tell them that I've done the work. No, I would either divest from the channel, or if I cared about the opinions of the people on the channel, then I would try to improve it to the extent that they are attempting to operate in good faith. Because to be fair, if you really want to know where I would rank you, it would not be a D. After that emotional outburst you just have, that would not be a D. You don't get to emotionally offload on people, particularly people you don't know online. You don't get to do that. And then say you did the work. No, the work is not done. You might be doing the work, but you have not done the work. All right, Sava. Wait, he's back.
Hello?
Wait, before you go, Sava, he's back.
Okay, no problem.
Are you good, Stan?
Yes, what do you want me to say? I was very discouraged when I saw the thing of this, and I don't agree with this. I don't think that the emotional was with passion.
Breathe.
Sorry, I don't.
Breathe.
I think a
When
lot
you're
of people
talking, breathe.
Okay, go ahead. I'm talking. Go ahead.
When you're talking, no, I'm telling you to talk, but when you're talking, breathe. Your camera is on, by the way.
So, like I said, I was very. And it's not because I'm passionate about something. Anyways, forget it. Forget it.
Yeah. All right. So thank you. That was a bit harsh, but I do have faith in you that you can. I don't ask anyone to have faith in him. You can grow, but you need to breathe when you talk. You need to think about what you're doing and try your best not to emotionally unload on people, or offload rather. So, I mean, it seems like you're busy and you're going out and doing what you need to do. So I'm gonna let you go. Have a good bike ride. I don't know. It looks like you're going on a bike ride.
No, I'm okay. I just finished what I need to do. Go ahead.
All right. No, you're fine. That's it. Thank you. Sava, go ahead.
Hi, Themis. Hi, everyone in the chat and everyone on the panel. What was my ranking? A C plus, B minus, or C plus? I think, right?
Yeah, it's a B minus, C plus. Yeah.
B minus. Wow. Okay. First of all, I'm very flattered, and I'm very hard on myself, so I give myself a Z. I give myself an omega. But yeah, it was an interesting exercise. I was very shocked when I saw my name. I didn't know people were keeping tabs on what I've said in the past or anything. But there's always room for improvement. This was just a fun exercise. It's okay. Even if you're not work harder, you can get better next time. But I give myself a Z because I'm not necessarily dusty, but I'm dust adjacent. I'm not where I want to be yet, but I understand that there's room for improvement and I have to work on myself. And I want to take a moment to respond to the criticism that I received. I think they said that I didn't propose solutions. It's true. I said I didn't know because it's true. I know here we are very myopic and we think about the Black community, but for me, I think of myself as a human first, and I like to think about everything on a global scale. So while I'm very sympathetic to our issues as Black people, but I also think about our impact as humans on the planet. So I don't know how we got here. Are there things that we should do? Yes, we should get together. We should support each other. We should learn to heal, especially Black men and men in general. We have put ourselves in a prison because we were in power, and that power that we thought we had really corrupted us, and we pigeonhole ourselves in such a small box, and we don't have emotional. We're not allowed to have emotional range. We're not allowed to be sad, or we don't allow ourselves more specifically. And I think people have to reclaim who they are and work through their fears, their insecurities, and their trauma. And yes, I don't know, because all I know is that I know nothing. And in my life journey so far, the moment I think I have everything figured out is when, the universe, God, whatever, shuffles everything and really brings me down to the bottom of the totem pole. So all that to say is, I don't know what the answers is, but I think that having panels and discussions and really looking in the mirror and asking ourselves how we can improve ourselves, that's the first step to figuring out what the path is for the black community and everyone. But also, Black women, don't be hard on yourself. It's hard to vet a person. Again, we come here and we present a version of ourselves that's appealing or not appealing for some people. But this is just a conversation. Nobody's perfect. I'm sure if you guys could see the state of my room right now, I would get an F. But that's besides the point. So nobody's perfect. We all are working on ourselves, and vetting is hard because a person can present a facet of their personality during a certain period of the relationship, and then depending on what life experience they go through, they can change. It can change their personality or the way they present. And some people are deceitful. So just because a person looks good on paper doesn't mean that they're actually good in the long run. So that's all. I'm very flattered. The B- is very consistent with my career in college. I was, after the depression I went through, I did the bare minimum, so I was not achieving. So I'll take a B-. That's very generous of you guys.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I think it's easier when you're highly ranked to be like, yay.
Yeah, absolutely. But again, I give myself a Z, so
Yeah.
you know what I mean. So I know, and it's just an exercise. It's not that serious. Stan, are you still here? Come on, it's just an exercise, and nobody's gonna marry you. I'm sure nobody here is really looking for in that context, right? They're not rating you because they want to marry you now. It's just an exercise, just like men rate women all the time. So I think it is fair game at this point. We rate them all the time, so they might as well do the same. It doesn't make them bad people. And people rate other people all the time. It's not that serious. It's just, if you think you're such a good man and a good person, why do you have to defend yourself? You don't have to defend yourself, And if you want Themis to remove you from the ranking, that's a possibility. You don't have to. Some people can request to be removed, but I guess my opinion.
I'm gonna cut you for a second.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
LB.
Didn't mean to overtalk.
LB, I wish you had reached out to me privately and done this. I'm not sure why it's public, but to the extent that it is, I will say this, that I adore you. I think the chat and the community adores you, though they might not always agree with your approach. I think I assumed we would have just spoken behind the scenes, but to that extent, I think maybe you wanted to let everyone know. And so I do truly, truly appreciate everything that you've contributed to this channel. And I don't want that to be taken for granted or to be ignored in any ways. Let me just say that for those who don't know, behind the scenes, LB and the rest of the moderator, I know you guys see Yogo outlining, timestamping all the live streams, and we have meetings really almost every Sunday. In these meetings, we kind of talk about what the channel is, where it's going, what we need to do, and all of that stuff. And so there is, when a moderator leaves the channel, it's really difficult for me, obviously for them too, but it's difficult for me because we do meet and we talk and we plan things, and it's difficult, and I don't want to, I don't want LB, for example, because you've done this publicly, so I'm addressing you publicly. I don't want you to think that I've ever taken you for granted. I have attempted to, in this moment, what I did was an attempt to derail the conversation between you and me, not me, because I did not want it to continue. I was going to go and speak to you privately, and let you know how much we do care. And my comment about if you want to leave had nothing to do with you. It was someone separately, but it's neither here nor there. I just want you to know that you are leaving here with a ton of love and care. I promise you that. If you ever need me, I am here for you. And if you ever want to come back, there is always a home here for you also. But I am a man of my word. And if you need to go because of whatever you need to go for, I will never tell you to stay somewhere where you don't feel appreciated and cared for. Again, I wish this was private, and I could have also done my part private, but I cannot let you send the super chat and say this stuff without knowing that we do love and care and appreciate you. And even though we joke a lot on the channel, I hope you guys know we're joking when I'm talking. I mean, the L is real. Y'all gonna keep that L, but it's in jest. I do hope that you're still here, and because I do consider you a friend, even though we've never met. I do hope that all is well, and know that you can always reach out to me. So I just wanted to let you know that. And I do genuinely care about you. I will remove you as a moderator, but know that you can always come back. There's always home here for you. So that being said, let's continue. Let's end it. So thank you all. MJ, I'll let you have the last words before we go.
Hi, thank you, Themis, and hi everyone on the panel. I loved the live today. I thought it was really fun. But I kind of knew that some tension would occur, because when it comes down to any like form of ranking and things of that sort, it does tend to get personal, even though it's said up front not to take personal and fun and games. It could also trigger certain things that we don't know about people's backgrounds of what they have experienced and adored. I would just say, like for the long run, is that, everyone, you are who you are, love who you are, and if you know that there's things that you want to change about yourself, go ahead and change them, right? And if you feel that it's a benefit for you, then stick with it, right? But you have to, I would say, you have to give yourself grace. You don't have to necessarily give everyone grace, but you definitely should give yourself grace and give yourself time for understanding, how you see things and how you view things. And most likely it might not, people might not, be able to view it the same way that you do. And it's okay. Maybe it's not for them to view it in the same way as you do. And I just want everyone to definitely take care of themselves. This is a learning lesson. To me, it says that vetting should not be the standard. I definitely think that standards is the best foundation for any selection. And like I said before, we subconsciously always do it, and without us even knowing, we have unconscious biases, right? Even the tone of people's voices, the way how they say certain words, certain vernacular, it can upset us and trigger us, and that can also persuade our decision making in regards of them. So just take that in mind, and I think with those type of tools, you're just going to be a better person, and we're all looking to evolve, and we all have the potential to evolve. And I love all of y'all for who y'all are. Have a good night, Themis. Thank you for letting me speak.
And on that note, we're going to end it. I might private this live stream. I'm gonna think about that. So it will be. I mean, there's not much on here, but thank you all. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
I had a question.
Oh, am I still live? Sorry. Why won't this stop?
You're not live, but you still are on StreamYard.